Hello, I'd like to call this public hearing of the Winnebago County Human Services Committee to order. Two things ahead of time. The intent of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity to comment on funded programs for residents of Winnebago County who are affected by developmentally disabilities, chemical dependency, mental illness, and on the financial and social service programs available through the Winnebago County Department of Human Services. All individuals who wish to speak may do so at this hearing. I will, as a chairperson, conduct the hearing. The chair will call on the individuals indicating that their turn to speak. Each person will be limited to 5 minutes. If we only have a few and then we have some time left over, we might go back, but we are going to limit it to 5 minutes per person to speak. The Department of Human Services staff and board members will be present to listen to comments by those wishing to speak. The intent of this testimony, to take the intent of this testimony, but not to discuss or comment on testimony. No decisions will be made at this public hearing. In addition to the verbal testimony, written comments will also be accepted. Such comments should be sent to Winnebago County Department of Health Human Services, PO Box 2187, Oshkosh, Wisconsin 54903. Thank you for your cooperation and attendance. And I think probably start out with kind of introducing the board that we have here. Karen, you want to start off with?
Karen Powers, District 25.
Carol Sengstock, community member. Ralph Harrison, District 31.
I'm Janet Roloff. I'm the manager of the administration division for human services. Renee Scirocco, the director of human services.
And I'm Bill Copel, I'm the director for the Department of Human Services.
I'm Larry Longsley. I'm the chair of the Human Services Board.
Ann Bartelt, Administrative Associate for Human Services.
Jeff Bean, District 34.
Kristen Eve, a citizen member.
So
Pam, are you gonna like list off names? Or you
Yeah,
want to
list them.
Larry?
They're just signing in right
Oh,
now. I
yeah.
had it on this side. Holding up the process.
oh no, thank you for that one for comment. We have people in order for the comment. Or we just-
I don't have anybody signed in. I just have the sheet.
Right.
Just so if anybody.
Anybody wants to come and speak to the board? I mean, you're welcome to it.
Is there something, this is Melissa Blum.
Yes.
From Family Services. Is there something we need to do virtually to sign in?
No, if we know that you want to speak, I will definitely call on you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Sir, did you want to speak?
Yes, sir. I don't want to keep my name, that's okay.
What you got to, that's your board.
4 years old, you know.
Okay.
I wrote 10. I just wanted to bring up a proposal that should maybe consider funding 5 days a week, or just an escalator bus like one from Nino to like out to 3 places in Oshkosh, the bus station, jail, and the school. I think they've had it for like since the early 80s off and on, and if they've had it, let's say for 30 years total, it'd be, I think, not good politically to just looking down the future to cut the between both sides. Because people from that area go to Oshkosh for the campus, the jail, but EAA, and the outlet mall, and you also have people wanting to go to the Fox River Mall, Lawrence, Performing Arts Center, that type of thing.
Yeah, they had 2 on his
Yeah.
mother with
Yeah.
in Appleton. Lawrence doesn't drive, he's disabled, so he really relies on that connector. He uses it a lot. So.
It's also good to use it to come down here because you don't have to go from A to Z down here like in Appleton, the Appleton area.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to hear? speak to her, the person?
Someone-
Yeah, I'll get to. All right, Zoom, anybody on Zoom that's wishing to speak? Go right ahead.
Good morning. This is Melissa Blum. I am the Director of Early Childhood Prevention Programs for Family Services of Northeast Wisconsin. I am here today with our program manager, Miss Kelly Hins. She manages our Parent Connection program in Oshkosh. We're here today to just really say thank you for your ongoing support of our prevention program, Parents as Teachers. The Winnebago Department of Health and Human Services for many years has provided financial support in the amount of a grant for $53,400. That money goes towards targeted intervention. So while Family Services does provide a more robust program in a different cost center that serves over 100 clients, this money is targeted to families that potentially, the Child Welfare Department has recognized as being more vulnerable and in need of home visiting. So what is Parents as Teachers? It is a really intense evidence-based model of which we have blue ribbon status. We are a blue ribbon affiliate nationally. So we've been providing it for over 2 decades in the Fox Valley, Brown County, and in now rural, we're expanding into some rural communities. So Parents as Teachers, what it does is provide home visits, group connections. We meet with families. It's a voluntary program. We meet with them and we provide at least 1 to 2 home visits, sometimes more, to first-time parents, or in the case of Winnebago, we do work with families that have more than 1 child. But we're going into parents' homes, we're sitting down with them, we're teaching them, we're increasing their early childhood developmental knowledge, where their child needs to be at. We're providing numerous screenings, including ASQ developmental screenings, to help parents make sure that their child is on target developmentally. And when they're not, we're making sure that they're linked to resources like Birth to 3, public health. So we're really partnering with Winnebago Department of Health and Human Services and those WIC, Birth to 3, public health, those agencies in your community that serve children with special needs. So the thing that is awesome about Parents as Teachers is that in addition to increasing a parent's knowledge, recognizing developmental delays, it also prevents child abuse and neglect. We know that to be true because each year we run the names through the department to determine if there's been any substantiated findings. And we do that across the board in all of our programs. And we know that when families receive voluntary prevention services, home visiting services, they do not come to the attention of the Child Welfare Department. So we have a proven track record of providing this prevention, which keeps children out of deep end services. So we have requested this year additional funds in the amount of $50,000 as we have a deficit in our program area. And so we're really looking for an increase. Now, I recognize and I understand that the Department of Health and Human Services, their budget is tight and that they have difficult decisions to make about what programs to support. We are gracious and have a lot of gratitude towards the director, Mr. Bill Topol, Annette Beatty, who continue to support the idea of prevention, understanding that there is a lot of there's a lot of demand on the budget. So we continue to ask for your support. And one last thing, and I'll let Kelly just speak briefly about the families we serve and potentially a quick success story. But we also, research says that there is a long-term cost savings, that providing prevention to parents, giving them the help and support they need, actually saves taxpayer monies in the long run. Some estimates are that for every dollar you spend on prevention, $4 to $20 is saved long-term when children are ready to learn for school and their developmental needs are identified early and they get the targeted help that they need. and they can go on to be successful, not being a burden later in mental health or substance use disorders or in the child welfare system. So we do know child prevention works. We are appreciative of the time you've given us this morning to the committee, to the board. And I will turn it over to Kelly and let her just speak for a couple minutes about a success story or two.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. We are currently working with a family who recently moved to Oshkosh, and they had moved from a different state and they have no family nearby. We assessed them in our hospital, one of our hospital systems, and they were eligible for services. And we're learning more about this family that both parents suffer from some mental health concerns. Also, their childhoods were not great. They admit to having a lot of abuse and neglect that happened, but they are adamant that they're going to do better by their children. They want to do better by their children, but they just have some barriers just because they're new to the area. The isolation of just not having any support nearby. So our home visitor and our entire program has really provided that, giving them referrals to mental health providers, inviting them to our group connections so there's less isolation. And recently at one of our events, the dad had pulled one of our staff aside saying, I don't know what we would have done without you. Especially my wife, who stays at home all day with the children, is so appreciative of the developmental information that you provide, that someone comes over and kind of checks in on her and empowers her as a parent, doesn't judge her, but also provides her with the most up-to-date research on parenting and things like that. And I think that's what is the greatest thing about our program, is that we're just allowing parents to be the best parents that they can, and we're giving them the tools to be the best parents, especially those parents who have risk factors that are going to maybe prevent them from parenting at their best. So thank you for your time, and again, we appreciate all the funding that you have provided over the years.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom who is going to speak? Just state your name and your. Anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak? Anybody else in the room here want to speak again? Anything? I do have one written testimony that I will read. It says, "Dear Human Services Board, I cannot be there to give testimony personally because I have to work and hope the statement gets there on time. I also must first state that I have neither been sent a copy of the proposed Human Services budget for 2023 or seen one. But first, I want to say that before approving any cuts from previous budgets, I ask that you thoroughly ask questions about any proposed cuts as well. The budget meets the needs of individual families in Winnebago County. A couple of particular issues I am concerned with are the type of mental health program services offered by Winnebago County, which will be an even greater need after the post-pandemic. The second issue is funding for Route 10 between Oshkosh and Neenah. That is to be cut. Because there is a plan to restore funding for an alternative transportation service to meet the needs for those in the rural areas and all areas of Winnebago County, I encourage you to support funding for the new transportation alternative proposed by Beth Roberts. In the meantime, I also encourage you to read the Wisconsin County Association magazine from this month that talks about other areas in the states that have come up with interesting services and programs that meets the needs in their area. Possibly Winnebago County can work with other counties to have similar programs established there. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mike Norton, Winnebago County Supervisor, District 20. Anything else you want to talk? Yeah. So, yeah, so we'll hold this portion open just in case there's people that do want to give written testimony. Otherwise, right now we can start getting into our budget then. And if there's something that comes up and somebody wants to speak up on something, make another public comment.
Real quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
What is the new transportation proposal? They were talking about. During the, we can't answer questions at this point, but when we go over the budget, each division manager will have a chance to talk about it. I'm guessing somebody might ask that question on the board of the person. So
Yeah.
if you're in the audience, you might hear the answer, but we can't really address that at this point.
All right, so who you want to start with?
Okay, so so for everybody in the audience and for board members, I just want to give an overview first of the budget and kind of what we have to tackle every year, so that people understand that the Winnebago County Department of Human Services has a unique responsibility via the board, that all of you as board members have to submit your budget recommendations to the county executive, and that's by state statute. No other department in Winnebago County that I'm aware of has to do budget recommendations to the county executive, because in the end, the county executive creates the budget. And when he creates the budget, he gives it to the county board and they deliberate on it in October. So we have this strange process because of the law that we actually get an opportunity to create budget recommendations for the county executive. Conversely, once you do that today and pass whatever you want to pass as far as recommendations, the county executive can accept it and use it in whatever way he wants to, or doesn't want to, in his own budget. So this process is helpful because it provides some direction to the county executive on what you think are the priorities for Winnebago County and our department in particular, but he's not bound by it. So I just want to kind of that's like the big picture of this, that the county executive always gives all departments a target for what he would like to see us put together as a budget each year. And so we start the process back in March, and we start talking about what is going to be happening, what our expenses were for last year, what we think our expenses are going to be for this year, what we think we're going to need for next year. And then we start to put together a budget with his direction, and that's where we start for you. And today we're going to go over where, we have come up with either pluses or minuses in the budget that will get us to the target that he's looking for. You in turn can obviously ask us questions. You can make decisions at the end to accept the budget as it is. You can make amendments to it if you'd like to. And whatever you decide at the end of the day, we'll go to the county exec. And we'll try to explain to the county exec as best we can what additions or subtractions you wanted to make to this budget. But I can tell you that our target for this year, as it has been for most of the 15 years that I've been here, is to come up with doing the same things that we're doing this year, do it again next year for the same amount of county tax levy. So it's considered to be a 0% increase in levy from what we're doing this year to next year. We know that is not possible to make that happen without something changing. We can't make a 0 increase in county tax levy happen with continuing all the services and all the things that we do something's got to give. And so you'll see in the budget, as we talked about that, division to division, where we made changes in the budget. Sometimes we can find extra revenue. And if we can find extra revenue, because we know there's a new source coming up, we'll put that into the budget. If we have also this year had to start making decisions about priorities. So what is a priority for Winnebago County Department of Human Services? First priority is we have a contract with the state to perform a large number of services because we get 2/3 of the funding from the state of Wisconsin. So we have to have a contract with them. They tell us you have to perform this wide-ranging group of services. If you do that, you will get, basically 2/3 of the funding that you need to fulfill. If we say we're not going to do part of it, we don't have that option. We have to do what they're requesting of us, or in total, or none at all. So we start there with, that's what we call mandated services. And then from there, we look at, okay, are there things that this community wants? Are there things that this community needs that are in addition to that? And we have, over the years, taken into consideration a number of those ideas, and we have included them in the budget for many years. But this year, we have another guiding principle, and that is the 2017 Attorney General opinion that counties cannot give gifts of public money to nonprofits in particular. And so when we talk about a gift, what they're meaning is that counties can't give a sum of money to a nonprofit without there being a specific connection to that money in terms of how we do a lot of contracting is we contract for a particular amount of service for a particular client over a particular amount of time. And then we pay for that service to that agency. So we can contract for specific services to specific clients. That's not a gift. But a gift is basically saying, we like what this agency is doing, and we want to give them $5,000 to do it. We want to give them $10,000 to do it. We want to give them $50,000. That is considered a gift, and we can't do that any longer. And so what you're going to see in some of our choices to try to get to a zero levy, that we've had to make some hard decisions about ending that kind of relationship with some nonprofits. Can we contract with them for specific people that we want to refer for specific units? Yes, and we will do that when that's appropriate, but we can't continue to just give sums of money to nonprofits because we think they're doing a good job, because they are, in fact, doing very good, but we just are not allowed to do that, and that's my general opinion. So I just want to say that as a big picture kind of introduction to the budget. We've had a lot of difficult choices. I have said in other venues that basically the things that we're going to be doing this year, the things we're going to be doing in the next 2 to 5 years are going to be very painful. And they're not just going to be painful in the Human Services Department. Every department of Winnebago County is being asked to do exactly the same thing as we are. We are all to get to a 0% increase in levy. And with that, we also have to then assume that if we're going to give people any raises, we're going to have any fixed costs that are going to increase, which they will, that our provider costs are going to go up. That means that we're going to have to cut things inside our organization. And you'll see in our $1.5 million worth of trying to get back to 0% levy, because $1.5 million of expenses went up for next year. We believe they will go up $1.5 million. We have to find equal cuts for new revenue to cover that 1.5 million. 1.3 of that is coming out of our department exclusively. We're not doing it to other entities. We're doing it to ourselves. So when you hear that people are being cut, yes, they are. But this department is going to take the brunt of that hit. So when we go over it, I just want to let you know that it is going to be painful. It isn't going to change. But there's no mechanism right now in the county to fully fund what people need in any department for next year. It's impossible because you can't raise levy enough, you can't raise other funds enough to basically make us even whole for doing what we're doing this year and next year. So that's a struggle, and those of you who are on the county board, you'll be wrestling with that in October. You're going to have to decide what you want to do about it because we have an array of services that citizens really want, and we've done for many years, but we're going to have to start curtailing. There is no other way. I want to start out by saying this is not a pleasant experience for anybody to have to do this. Many years ago in another county, I had to do the same thing, and it is in the long run, it's going to be in less service. And it's just the way that our budget is set up. The county doesn't have an unlimited ability to even cover 2 or 3% cost going up next year. There's just not. So with that, I want to,
Chair, two quick things. My understanding is in the past, we did not have to include the 4% increase, salary increases in the zero growth. But this year, we have to give them the 4%, our employees a 4% increase, but then still keep everything at a zero growth. So that does need some cuts. Am I correct?
that's right.
And then-
That's correct.
Okay.
In every department. Not just
Okay,
us.
and then the second thing is that how are we restrained or are we not in that zero growth by the 2/3 of the money that we get from the state? Does that give
The
us something?
funding for the state and the feds through the state is flat. It has been flat for lots and lots of years. So we call it 2/3 funding because it isn't that they are required to give us 2/3 of whatever our costs are. It's basically that the amount that they have held flat has covered roughly 2/3 of our expenses.
Then one final thought, that at budget time in October, November, when the whole board is looking at budgets for all departments, if there is something that an individual or an agency once considered, once the county executive has presented what his idea of our budget is, after we've done what we're doing today, that's time to present it, to sway the votes of the entire county board to override what the executive has expected and make your case to the department or agency that you're representing to try and get the county board on the rest of the county board on board with you.
So historically, what I've seen, because I'm not a member of the county board, but historically what I've seen is the budget is presented in October. There's 3+ days of deliberation on that budget, and then there are amendments that follow after that you, all as county board members, decide whether you can accept that amendment or not. So that would be the time, if you're talking about it, there was something in particular that didn't seem to make it through that you were really passionate about. Theoretically, I think you could address it as an amendment.
Yeah, anytime during the budget process, Chairman, you can, any supervisor can make an amendment to add stuff back in that was taken out, and then it's up to the board if they accept it or not. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of making a plea here for those who are looking for funds for their departments or those who are looking for something for themselves, not personally, but that would benefit them personally. That's the time to try and
Yeah.
change the minds of the
Yeah,
county, of the board.
you as supervisors can get that choice to make amendments, and the board can override whatever they want on the county exec's budget.
I guess I'd like to add one more quick thing. Karen mentioned that there's a 4% salary increase on average included in our budget. Yes, because that's what the county exec has asked all departments to do. But there are two other areas that are also included in this increase. One is that we have to increase our fixed costs. Those things that we know that, for instance, purchasing paper, purchasing supplies, paying for utilities, as the list goes on.
Gasoline for vehicles.
We have gasoline for vehicles. We have to include, 3%, 3 to 5% increases for some of those areas, and provider costs, which is about a good half of our budget, maybe more. We're probably estimating that provider costs on average are probably going to go up around 5. because they're having difficulties recruiting and retaining the employees that they need, and we need those contractors to be able to do the work that we can't do, because we're not doing all the work ourselves, we're doing work with many, many contractors. So all of those things had to be included as well, to bring us back to zero. And unfortunately, there's not very much new money. You'll see that there's a little bit of new money here and there that we kind of plug in. And we'll tell you about that as we go along. So typically, what would happen is we go alphabetically by division, starting with the admin division, but this year, Annette Lee has to go a little bit early today, so she asked if she could go first. So we're going to do child welfare division first, then we're going to do admin, then behavioral health, then long-term support, then economic support, and then last but not least, long-term support.
What do the page numbers go so we can have, like,
Yeah, so we're going to follow in the book, the child welfare division.
21.
21, yeah, and then they'll all kind of follow the same pattern. That there's kind of a little summary at the beginning of each of their sections of major changes, and then there's the line item detail. I did send to the few board members kind of the big overall list of the big changes in the budget, and you can address those at any time you'd like to. We didn't really identify which division they're in, and some are basically for the whole department. So if you want to discuss any of those as well before we get done today, that's fine. That's a new document in the sense that it was just kind of like, it's kind of like trying to help you understand. Because sometimes when we go through the divisional budgets, it doesn't stand out like what are we actually cutting in a big way or adding in a big way that that kind of gets us to that 1.5-ish million change. All right, so. Sorry.
Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
So we got child welfare starts on page 20. That's page 20, just as the mission statement, and then our goals and objectives for 2023. The next page is page 21, which has our table of organization. I actually, before we talk about that, I want to just point out that that is probably our largest change for this year, is we have added shelter care into our division. And I think we've talked about that in this setting before, is that we've contracted for shelter care previously. We have brought that in on our own. We have our own license, county license now. We are using the same facility, but we are leasing that now, and we want to staff that with county employees. So that is, if you look at in the child welfare budget, that's the biggest increase in terms of wages and fringes, but also decrease in the shelter care line item. Those two almost compensate for each other.
So what you say, in other words, is that we've had a contract to run shelter care for many years, and that contract was a very large contract. And they were having difficulty staffing it and retaining it, and we kind of all agreed that it made more sense to go to having our own county staff run it from now on. And so she's proposing all of that staff go in as county employees starting in January, and then we would end the contract for the external part, and that external contract ending provides us the funding from our department for our own staff.
And as we go through the budget, there is still some dollars if and when we might need the contract, continue the contract through this transition with different facilities in the area. So,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Question before, all the openings there are in all these different agencies, are they included here too? I mean, like there's spots that are not filled yet, but there's budgeted figure of that money. Where do you pull those out? Just asking ahead, or are they all included here somewhere?
It's included in your.
So all these figures will
positions
have that in
are-
case someone comes up, you don't have to go and buy again all over.
Right. We had to add all the assumptions of whatever employees were making regular permanent employees. We had to put those into the budget calculations and say whether there was money to fund it or where we're going to pull the money from to and there was a sheet too that I sent
Yeah.
that kind of listed off the changes.
We've always kind of budgeted, I think, as the positions would be filled, not big. I mean, that's how we have budgeted. So,
I just was asking because first of all, it comes, and second, I'm on another board, and they have like of the kitty, but he had money set up in case something comes up, and I didn't know, you know, that comes up, and I know you don't do that, but just, you know, if there's 20 different positions, X amount of money is gonna be sitting out there, then this doesn't have it, we have it, but I just want to make sure
Right, they're at.
that they're all in there, so we don't have to look at that again, because we don't want to miss something we
No.
need until it's not, we've already had, right?
But what's different about positions at budget time than at non-budget time is that if it was at non-budget time, we'd go through a process of bringing these new positions to you, that would go to P&F committee, personnel and finance, and then we'll go to the county board for approval. In the budget process, you can put staff into your budget, you know, account for them, and if it's approved as a budget, then you don't go through the whole process of personnel and finance, accounting and stuff.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I can just explain quickly of what we're doing in shelter care, how we plan to staff it. So we, right now, have a project program supervisor for that, and that would become a permanent position. So a supervisor who's over there, the supervisor takes care of all the licensing, making sure that we're in compliance, and then obviously also oversees all the staff. We have a project social work specialist that is there to make that a permanent position. And that social worker assists the supervisor, but also provides some direct support to the youth that are in the facility. They do programming, we have groups, individual contacts, things like that. And then the rest of them that are on this list they provide the direct service to the kiddos that are in the facility. And we staff 24/7. We have to have 2 staff on. Most of the time overnight, we are able to go down to 1 staff person. So this, the array of staff that are on here is what's needed in order to be able to fulfill that. To be able to make sure that we have enough staff present to manage and take care of all the kiddos that are there and provide them with some growth type activities. That's one of the big things that we want to be able to do with this new contract is we want to provide programs. We want to provide activities. We want to help these kiddos to become even more productive citizens as they grow. So that's a huge part of that. So I don't know if anybody has any other questions about
And then
that.
we're gonna speak out. Find a child would be there.
Shelter care short term. So most of them are there on average about 3 to 5 days. They can stay up to 60 days. We have to get some exceptions for that. A judge can order it longer if needed, but really the majority of the kids are there for 3 to 5 days. So it's short term, so that's a lot of just giving them everything we can while we have them and hope that that helps them in the future.
I think what I want to emphasize is when you look at the numbers of staff that we're adding, the average person could say, well, you're adding a bunch of staff, all that's the extra expense, right? Of all those extra staff. But when you go through it, they aren't new expenses. They're in most cases transfers of expense from one area to a different. So it's not like we're asking for 16 new positions, all of them coming with just a request for new tax levy. It's that we try to find resources and revenues other than levy to fund those positions. And it's necessary because we can't not run a shelter care. We either have to run a shelter care ourselves or we have to send kids to another county for that shelter care. And they're frankly,
And still pay for it.
and so pay for it. And there aren't other counties right now that can take care of kids. So we are really, it's something that we're mandated. It's one of those mandated things that we need to do. But I want everybody to understand that these aren't brand new positions, but just levy that has to accompany them. We obviously have contract.
As you'll see when we go through the actual budget, we had money set aside for shelter care, and this is just switching now to wages.
Just 2 questions. What age group, I know you said kids, but what age group is it?
10 to 17, so until they're 18, 17, and 364 days, 10 years old, we can't have exceptions that they could come in.
And how many are in the program right now?
8 would be in the program. They go up.
8 would be, or is that?
That's most.
Thank you.
And right now, at this point, right now, to answer that question, we contract with Allegheny County for our shelter care services, so we have a limited amount of beds that we can have. The kiddos, we have kids there, but we also have to put kids, unfortunately, in secure detention or more restrictive setting because we don't right now have the beds that we need in order to provide the care for these kids.
We only have room for 8.
In our new facility, we will have room for 8, which we think is
where's Missy Hall in this?
Missy is not, she doesn't get that service. Are you talking about in the budget?
In this whole page, this whole, under what department is she?
She is under Child Protective Services.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions about the table of organization? And I'll move on. The next page, page 22, just shows some of the bigger variances that Bill identified. So this is the labor cost, the increase in the labor cost is due to that moving that shelter care funding from the contract to county employees. There's also reduction in travel, and that reduction is based on the ability to still have a lot of virtual meetings. Child welfare's training is through Wisconsin Child Welfare Professional Development System, and they are going to mainly virtual trainings. They have been and they're going to continue to do that, so we won't have as much travel. And then the other operating expenses that decrease in the shelter care line because of the staffing, we're moving that to staff. So does that make sense? Okay, so then we'll go on to page 23. So page 23 is the actual budget. I don't know if there's specifics that people wanted me to go over. The first 14 lines are revenues, which is somewhat limited in child welfare. We don't have the ability, we're not allowed to charge for any of our services. So that's somewhat limited. We don't have the ability to charge for our services in child welfare. We're not allowed to do that.
Well, perfect, I understand too. And you said because
We aren't allowed to do it. That's all I was saying. Yep.
So one thing when you're looking at these detail lines, which are going to be very similar to what they're going to see in the municipal budget for the county, is that under revenue, when there's more revenue, it's in parentheses. Am I saying that right, Janet? So when you see parentheses, I always think that it means less. And that was because I only attended accounting 101 for 2 weeks and dropped out. So I always assumed that parentheses means there's going to be less of something. But on the revenue side, when there's parentheses, it means there's more revenue. And on the expense side, when you see the parentheses, that means there's less. There's decrease in expense. So just because I get confused by that all the time.
Okay, I have a question about page 25 on line 94, medical and dental. Huge increase, 150% increase, and it mentions TB skin testing for employees. Is that something we're not doing in the past? Is there a problem with something with TB outbreaks, or what's going on?
Thank you for asking. That's because shelter care requires us to have, the shelter care license requires us to have TB testing for all our staff.
Okay.
Before they can work with kids.
When everybody is talking about a page, if you'd also say the line that you're looking at.
I think I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Because I didn't hear that first part.
Yeah, I said 25, and I said line 90.
Line 9. Okay. thank
Or
you.
94, rather.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just point out that, and you guys all see this, and I mentioned it enough, but on page 23, line 28, that extra dollars, those extra dollars that are in there for regular pay, that is the shelter care staff.
Oh.
And then on page 25, it's line 90, and that's the decrease is in there because of moving we're no longer in the contract and we're moving out the majority of the funds to the county employee regular pay.
So overall, there's not a significant change in Annette's lines in terms of what the expense side of it, other than the share is the big change.
Just to add a little piece to this too, just so you guys understand, with youth justice is a lot of where the kiddos go to shelter care, secure detention, some of those group home places. The majority of those kids are youth justice kids. And we have seen as we're coming out of the pandemic, I'm not sure if we call it that, we've seen that we have fewer facilities available to us throughout the state, but kids who have much more complex needs. And so we need to be able to provide provide these services to them as we go. And with having less availability throughout the state, we are needing to use our shelter care more. We need to use our secure detention more. We will be using group homes, those type of facilities. We will continue to try very hard to always keep kids in the home. That's always our goal. As long as they're safe, the community is safe, we'll continue to use foster homes as much as we can. But I just want you to know that that's a piece of, in this budget, and I can show you, there's also a slight increase with secure detention. And page 25, line 86. And some of that is about our trends, but it's come up before about contracting for those secure detention beds. And in this time right now, with what's happening in our state, secure detentions are closed. And there continue to be youth who need that service. And if we didn't have these 3 beds contracted at Fond du Lac, we would not have an option for our kids in this state.
We got 3 beds.
Yep, we have 3 beds that's still in the contract. We wouldn't have. What we learned is if we, need to go over, we're going throughout the state asking for beds for them. So just wanted to point that piece.
And over the years, we've cut down our security detention beds.
Yes, significantly.
Okay, I do have one other question. There's no budget proposal for, on page 23, line 6, sex trafficking. And we know that in the summertime in Oshkosh, between EAA and Life Fest, there's a great deal of sex trafficking going on with young girls. And we're not asking for anything budget, and do we get anything from either EAA or Life Fest to man or cover things for sex trafficking?
Okay, you're talking about line 6? Okay, what that is, line 6 that is reimbursement from the state when we do have to place a youth who's been identified as a victim of sex trafficking. So we do provide services. There isn't any specific line item in the expenses area. We provide services to all youth who are experiencing sex trafficking or.
And all that comes from the state.
No, so only if we have to place them, then the state gives us a portion of that. They reimburse us a portion of those placement costs. But regardless, we will provide services. If it happens at UAA, we will provide services. Quite. Yep.
2 questions, but with the COVID being supposedly ended, what effects has it made now? You put money aside, you're doing certain things for COVID. Now that's gone and you're adjusted. What else has come up, or where else you can use the money, or what else you decided to do?
So here, I'd like to answer, we didn't get extra money for COVID-19, unlike the public health department, who got extra money for certain sorts of activities in public health. We didn't get extra money for COVID. So what we saw was that some of our work, which was a lot in the community and very intensive, had to be curtailed, and we had to do that work via Zoom, via the, in the office or from home. And that saved us on travel. It saved us a little bit on our training budget. And so when we go back to quote unquote normal, which would be after the pandemic is totally over, I would expect that our costs for travel and training would go back to probably 2019 levels or even a little higher. So if anything, I would expect our expenses potentially to rise in areas where right now we're still a little bit under what we should. So we try to budget for what we would consider to be a normal year, as opposed to like try to figure out whether or not COVID is going to be around next year, and whether or not that's going to have an effect on the budget. We did make some trimming. We did actually trim some of the lines for travel and training because we're taking a gamble that maybe we're not going to go back to full capability yet in 2023. But we don't get special COVID-19.
So we'll be adjusted and make it happen. The last one is will be, I see all these numbers here and understand that's your department. So I guess what I'm asking is on some of the cuts, you must have a feeling which one you really didn't want to cut or thought we should consider. Not putting you on the spot, but I mean, you would know more about what those make. I mean, to me, when I look at your, I don't know exactly, but your need, you know what I mean? you had something on there, so, you know, this one we had a cut, but, you know, whatever, you know, that's not, I was thinking from what your opinion would be. I'm not putting you in a spot, I'm just saying, but it needs more weight, like what you're thinking.
No, I guess I would say too, in terms of the cuts in child welfare, there isn't anyone that I'm like, wow, that's painful. That's really been hurt. We've been able to look at things and take a little bit from here and a little bit from there, so I don't feel that it's as painful as it would be at this point.
One thing I want to say is if you look at the overall tax levy on page 22, child welfare actually didn't decrease, it increased by $482,000. So we really did, because we felt that the need in child welfare was very strong, so there really isn't any substantial, I mean, the tax levy didn't decrease, it increased in the child welfare.
I can tell you there's things that we would like to do that we aren't able to do, you know, I mean, I think that's what it is. It's exactly what Bill said before, that we have been fortunate in our county to be able to provide services to this county, to keep kids at home, keep kids safe at home, to provide mental health treatment to the kids who need it, and to provide appropriate placements when they need it. And right now, I believe we're able to continue to do that. You know, things can happen anytime, and we talked about that. I mean, there's some line items that I'm like, hopefully that's enough. You know, and that's kind of where it is. In terms of missing, you know, that's that line item for our residential care centers. If we have to send more kids out of state, then we'll have to figure out what we do with that. That's,
And that one child cost is more than other children in other beds, is that correct?
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Significant.
And I would say, you know, to answer your question, it isn't so much a staff request as it is as funding needs go up. So I was just mentioning to Larry that we're right now staring at the possibility that we might have to send a child to Lake Hills. If we do that, the rate today, or the rate that's new rates are going into effect, is $1,178 a day. So that child, if they have to go to Lincoln Hills, will cost Winnebago County $400,000 a year. So we don't have the money in the budget right now for that. So we're going to be looking at, you know, maybe having to make some changes as we go along here, because if that person does actually go to Lincoln Hills, we don't have enough
Those are
money in
one-year
that budget
sentences.
for, yeah, they're 1 year.
One-year sentences.
So I mean, if we look at it, I would say our provider costs for next year are unknown. So we're assuming we're going to be able to hold the line at, you know, 0 to maybe 2% increase. But that's not the case. I mean, our providers, they'll probably ask for at least a 5% increase. And so we're probably under budgeting for what our provider costs are going to be next year. But we just don't know enough about what that cost is to be able to put it in the budget.
So the next staff over the years have worked, like you said, worked very hard to keep these people in homes, out of these places, you know, so it's it costs us that. Daily rates.
Yeah, I want to thank you and your department. I always feel very confident what's happening with children who need our help under your direction. I think.
My comment is the shoulder care, you know, that I think is a wonderful move that you're doing. I'm so old that I remember working in the jail with juveniles. And so when you're speaking about that, I can have a different picture than others sitting here at the table. So I fully support what you're doing, and we need to be doing even more.
Any other questions? Burnett?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to switch to the administration.
Okay,
So give
so
the page.
Page number,
In the beginning,
page 9 is where the table of organization is. Okay, so you'll note some red locations on the table of organization. We have 3 current project positions that we want to transition to regular cable organization positions. 2 of those are in our records area. We have more work than we can probably keep up with, even with those 3 staff, given the child welfare discoveries that are required now. And I think the attorneys will support this move as well. We work closely with them. So it's not a budgetary impact because they are already budgeted as positions, but it would make them permanent positions from 2023 forward. The other project position is under the financial support area, and that is our financial desk person. That's the person who gets all the financial information from our clients, which enables us to bill. We determine their ability to pay, and by state law, there's a lot of requirements on how we have to collect that information and what we can do with it, but it does enable us to bill for services that we provide through behavioral health. So we're asking that that position also become permanent because it really does help with our revenue flow into the department. The other change we're looking at is to reclassify a position that's currently called transcriptionist associate. And we would reclassify those as admin associate 3s. There's again, no budgetary impact. They're at the same grade level. But what we're finding is that that transcriptionist classification now is unique to our department. And it's kind of a becoming an antiquated title. And when we really looked into this, we found that that group of people, they're not doing all transcription. They are sort of the jack of all trades for our department. They help create forms, brochures, they'll help with spreadsheets, they help with imaging, they kind of do all those administrative tasks that are needed to kind of keep our department going. So that's just sort of a technical change in their classification title. The only other change is we're moving 1 person from support specialist over to office systems and confidential records. Just because of the work that she's doing now, it makes more sense to have her under that area. Changes in our.
One question on that area, the transcriptions becoming advanced. So you list three employees, 1 full-time, 2 part-time, but I count 4 names. Adriana, Gigi, Stacy, and Deborah. That's 4 people, but you want to list 1 full-time and 2 part-time. For 3 employees.
Right. Yeah, the 1 is moving, so it's the 3 minus the 1 part-time or full-time, I'm sorry.
Which one's moving?
So Karen, see Julie,
I didn't count her because she's crossed off.
yeah, but then she moved over on the very first column. So that it says -1 full-time on that team, but we moved it to a different team. So the position remains the same?
I'm so confused how there are 3 positions and 4 people in them.
It's 3 positions minus 1 of those down to 2, and then 2 part-time.
I see, I'm not counting Julie. If I'm counting Julie, who's been crossed off, that's 5 people.
I know, but the number 3 at the beginning means they started with 3 full-time. They're taking 1 off of it, so they will have 2 full-time and 2 part-time people. I think is how they do it.
That's correct.
Which equals 4.
Which is equal to.
Okay.
You are following that now, Karen, or is that still?
Well, I just don't understand why it says 3.
It's 3 minus 1.
Minus
It
1.
was 3. 3 is the black part. It was, that's what existed. They're taking 1 away from that, so it'll be 2 now.
2 part-time.
2 full-time.
2 full-time, 2 part-time, 4 people. 3 minus 1, 2. Even though it doesn't say 2 full-time,
right.
3 minus 1 is 2. Is that clicking yet?
So what you have in that department are not 3 employees, you have 4,
2 part-time, 2 full-time.
2 part-time, 2 full.
Yes, there you go.
And then 2 part-time equals 1, which gives you the 3.
No,
No,
No.
it was 3.
And then
The
they took
3
1
people
away.
listed
this
as-
must be new math. I can't, I'm reading 4 names and still seeing 3 positions.
The first 3 are
3 minus
full-time.
The what?
The first 3 are full-time, and then they took 1 of those away, which is the red one.
No, I didn't count her. That would be 5.
That's
I didn't
the
count.
3 is the first 3, and took 1 away. That makes those 2.
Adrian,
one's
Gigi,
2
and
left.
Stacy.
Well, more coffee, that's what
And
I.
just so you guys know, at the end of the day, we have to have the table of organization correct. So even if the math doesn't add up, as long as the bodies on this thing are
Okay,
accurate.
I'll quit asking, this is not computing in my head where these 4 people are becoming 3. I know, that's okay.
Because if you take, because if you take Gigi, Julie, and Stacy.
I didn't count
No,
you.
no, but I'm saying you got 3 there. But you got, right,
have
but
to
you
count
got
Julie in the
Gigi,
three.
you got Julie, and you got Stacy.
Okay,
Now
all
you take, that's 3,
right.
but now you take Stacy out,
No,
No,
Julie.
or Julie out, now you only got 2
Yeah,
Yes.
full-time. And then you still got the 50% and the 75%, those are the 2 part-time. So now you got 2 full-time and 2 part-time.
I think that's where you're getting tripped up, Karen, is you weren't counting Julie and you. have
Right,
to
and you have to
make
count Julie.
sure. You have to
Then
count
you
her
get a subtractor.
and then subtract it, yep,
All right. I think you got it.
you got it,
I'll just believe you because.
okay, that's all right.
Okay, so moving on to page 10.
I just made it up. So we only got a couple minutes left here for the public hearing because we close it at 9:30. So if there's anybody that wants to make any public comments yet to the Human Services Board, now's your time to do it, either in person here or on Zoom. Other than that, at 9:30, we close the public hearing and it's just a budget then. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to also state for funding for row 10, maybe it'd be good for people, the county to look at nonprofits helping, that can provide maybe a quarter or a third, like maybe, I don't know. United Way, Salvation Army, something like that, you know.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on public hearing before I close it?
Hello.
Yeah, Zoom, go ahead, Brad.
Hi, my name is Brad Spandor. I'm the Sustainability Director for UW Oshkosh. I was asked to attend this meeting today to possibly provide comment on the budget concerns related to Route 10. I do have to leave for another meeting, and I thank you for sort of asking for a final opportunity to provide some public comment. It's my understanding that from a City of Oshkosh memo that Go Transit knows that the Route 10 is an important service line for members of our regional community. I was also informed by other members of the UW Oshkosh community that this is an important bus service that folks use to get to the Oshkosh campus from the Neenah area. It's my understanding that the county does not wish to continue supporting Route 10 service financially at approximately 37% of the total funding. I know you can't answer questions or address questions here today, but I'm just curious if all of the ARPA funds that the county received in 2021 at about $54 million and in 2022 at about $30 million have been allocated.
I don't know, but we can't answer that.
And that's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Anybody else have any? Okay, then I'm closing it up. Seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing and continue on with the budget.
So on page 10 is just kind of the high-level summary of the budget for administration. You'll see we have a slight levy increase, and most of that is related to the increase in labor costs. Those are numbers that we get from the HR department. So moving on to page 11, you'll see that our revenues are slightly changed, very slight decrease, and that's due to the fees we charge the public for form copies. We're finding that instead of hard copies, we're doing a lot more electronically, so there's not as much demand for the hard copies that we charge for. If you look at line 32, capital outlay, you'll note that we have nothing requested by way of capital outlay for the 2023 budget. And you'll see that throughout all the divisions.
So just so everybody understands, especially new members, capital outlay for us in most cases is a new van. A new van we have a fleet of approximately 10 vans. We have tried to schedule replacing one every 10 years so that, as one gets to be 10 years of age, well, we particularly interested in this, as one gets to 10 years of age, the amount of mileage, the amount of wear and tear, we just find that repairs are so astronomical when you get to the 10-year-old level that we try to replace one. So the one that's 10 years old, we replace that one. Next one that's 9 gets to 10 next year, then we replace that. And at this point, last year, and I believe this year, there's, I think, a feeling that we're trying to not replace vehicles just because they're a certain age. So we didn't request a replacement last year, and we're requesting this year. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have more repairs on the older ones, because we will. But there kind of was an ask to not add new vehicles to capital for any of the funds. So I can't speak for the other funds. What we're doing is not asking for it.
We don't put any money aside.
We don't, as a budget, we do not put money aside. Yes, we don't carry it over, we don't put it aside,
It's too much cars in our pocket. Our idea, we always put, I know we're gonna need one in 10 years, we're going to go to the fund for it, that's what we appreciate down, if we got some money in case, but you know you're gonna need.
Preferably, I will tell you that our 10-year schedule of replacement, of just replacing the oldest one with 10 vehicles, was working. But we're into our budget situation. That's why. So when you see capital outlay, it's pretty much for us, it's going to be about it. It's not going to be about like a new building or new coolers or something like that. We don't.
It's not even like maintenance or we don't do anything with that.
Maintenance is all handled by facilities.
And just for your information, capital outlay is a single purchase of $5,000 or more, and a useful life of 5 years or more. So when we move on to page 12, you'll see kind of our budget changes, a variety of puts and takes, as I like to call them, and they're fairly minor here and there. Where you see an increase in the budget lines, it's generally due to inflation that we're expecting, like Bill mentioned, with things like paper printing. We know that that's increasing, so we try to account for that. Where there are increases, we try to look at each line and where we really thought we could make those incremental cuts. So for instance, one of our larger increases is line 39.
Telephone.
Yeah, telephone. We have more and more staff that now carry cell phones, and that's all paid for out of our administration budget.
Does that include some connections and things like that? too?
No, that's actually another line item.
It's double in 2 years.
Yeah, we're paying, I think, about $9,000 a year now in Zoom costs.
I was just looking at the telephone. It's 140, 200,000.
Also, I'll call your attention to line 69 on page 12. Starting last year, or starting this year, IT department, our information service department, is charging every department for the Microsoft licensing of their particular computers. And that was never a charge prior to this year that information systems charged 2 different departments. But because we have a large number of staff that have computers, we were starting to be charged this year for that, and Jan's putting in another one next year because this is going to be an ongoing expense.
That's a lot to absorb.
Well, it's Microsoft license for all the different Microsoft products. That's some departments can charge back to other departments for certain things, and so information services can charge us for certain things that they do. Not every department charges us that, but we have a few departments that can charge us. I never really understood that myself as well, the county, but that's kind of how, on a larger scale, that's they're choosing. So we had to start adding that to our budget this year.
The other larger increase you'll see on this page is line 66, equipment technology. That has actually been switched out to capital outlay line, but that was for some security cameras that we purchased for our parking lots. So we don't have that next year. You will see that on page 13, line 71, our vehicle maintenance, we are requesting an increase there for the reason Bill just mentioned. Our fleet is aging, and we expect that we will have some greater costs to maintain those vehicles in the upcoming year. So we have administration.
Who does repairs and maintenance on our county owned vehicles?
It has been the highway department, but the highway department is now, well, the highway department is coordinating the repairs. Okay, I don't know that they make them, they may make some of them, but they also, but we're being told now that highway wants to get out of some of it, and so we're now probably gonna have to schedule our own routine maintenance that our department scheduling that set of.
That's where I got confused. I thought the highway was doing it. Okay, they're getting out of the mechanic business. Yeah. Thanks, like.
We do a lot of fixing. A couple times they do modify things on their own to try to make parts for them. For sake. That's a big thing. Again, I found in all the tours that we went on that for some reason the last 5 or 10 years maintenance has not been as important for anything. As we went places, we do repairs and things because we really hadn't done a lot of maintenance stuff. I'm not saying your vehicle, but things, land, property. Now they're asking for bigger amounts because they haven't done maintenance. That's why I was concerned about maintenance, because they can save you some money if you do that. If you don't, something's going on.
So any other questions for Brad?
Well, when I back in the beginning, I was kind of curious that they went down on travel. I would have thought Zoom was going to be off, that you'd be doing a lot more, going to place classes now they're open, but it sounds like they're still being.
So that was my comment earlier on travel and training, that we think it's going to be more than this year, but the last big year for travel and training was 2019, and I don't think that we're going to be totally back to our 2019 levels next year, so we felt we could reduce travel a little bit. Travel includes training and watching news, right? It includes like more than, it says travel, but it's not just travel expenses. It's registration, lodging.
Lodging, meals, auto allowance.
So we think it's going to go back up again, but we think we can save a little bit yet next year, because I am not all that certain that we will be, I hate to say this, I'm not all that certain we're going to be back to 2019 levels next year.
So we're not COVID free by any.
So, but your travel line changes here, but then down farther, Zoom picks up. It kind of offsets it a little bit.
Something.
So you said what, 9,000?
I think it's about 9,000.
Now if you rely on it more, it's gonna go.
If we're going to continue to Zoom, we're going to have to continue to pay for the professional versions.
Any other questions?
I would just say tag on what Rob says, because the costs that go along with travel are really important things. And I know, I just hope the county board will restore those funds in the future, because it was always a hard period to get dollars. So it works now, but.
Yeah, and I think that's what we'll adjust it back as we see that our actuals are getting higher than we'll put more into the 2024 budget. So I mean, it's something we have to do. It's not something that we're going to curtail because we don't have the money in the budget. If we have to go back and ask for transfer, because people have to travel, people have to get training. You know, our service are the people that serve other people. me correctly, that they can't be provided reimbursement for their travel, we won't have a business, we won't have.
And while you can do a lot of the internal, external support is invaluable to them.
Any other questions? Hill?
We gotta remember what Bill said at the beginning of the meeting. Down the road, things are gonna get tougher, tight. So it's better to start tightening up things slowly and consistently than just to wait and not do anything and then to have a big crunch down the road. It's better to start doing it now.
Any other questions?
Just because this is admin, maybe it doesn't look fonder, but Bill, do you feel like overall in your whole department, do you feel like people are getting sufficient subscriptions, professional trainings, they're getting what you'd like them to get, or are you feeling squeezed there?
We haven't made the choice to squeeze people. I mean, I think the answer is, at this moment, we didn't sacrifice anything relative to travel and training. Other than we looked at our actuals and we think that we could reduce a little bit, and we did. But I don't think that training is going to be sacrificed. What I am concerned about is if the trend continues the way I think it's going to, there will come a point where we would have to start actually looking at personnel. And at that stage, I would say you have to be very careful that we don't reduce the staff that we need too much so that we can't fulfill the requirements that the feds in the state and the citizens expect of us. So I think this year was tough. I think there were a lot of choices that we had to make that we didn't really want to, but I don't think we're sacrificing the core of what we really were, what really our mission is, which is to serve the public with the core services that are mandated by the federal state. That's all preserved. That's all still intact. It's what we do that was extra on top of that we thought was a good idea for the public. And that was very helpful, but now we got to start turning that back. And that's going to be big. Because it's going to be like, I like this, but I don't like taking that away. And that's where it's like, well, I don't like taking any of it away, but you know, that's where we are. We got to make some cuts someplace.
Bill, could you explain to me, because I'm part of this quite a bit,
Sure.
what is the reason that we have to be cutting back so much? Is it state that we're losing benefits from the state, or is it that the county level levy? Where does all this fit together in the puzzle?
Okay, Bill, I would say the federal funding to us has remained flat. The state funding to us has been in total flat for 25 years. So we're not going to get any extra help from the feds. Now, when you say, like in terms of ARPA, and you know, do they provide us a little pot here and a little pot there for, you know, maybe increasing services for opioid dependent people? Yes. I mean, there's little pots of things that the feds have given us, but they're not going to be long term and they're going to go away. But the feds funding is flat. The state funding is flat. The state legislature forbids the county from increasing levy beyond, on average, about 1%.
Does that go back to Scott Walker?
I know before that.
I think it goes back before that, that they imposed the levy limits. So overall, when you have a county that can't levy more than, say, about 1%, 1.5%, and your costs are going up at 3% or 5%, you can't make that work. There's no math. Karen was talking about math earlier. There's no math that makes that work. So there's no ARPA funding that is at this moment going to be directed for any operational costs. So even if the county has ARPA funds, which hasn't been decided yet what they will do with it, they're not planning on using any of that for ongoing operations. It would only be for one time something that county board members decide they want to use for it. So we really are limited. And then we have what's left is, can we generate new revenue? can we generate new revenue through user fees? Can we generate new revenue through Medicaid, Medicare, and third-party billing? And you will see in our budget that we've added expectations that we can try to get more revenue from Medicaid and maybe a little bit more from user fees. And, you know, we're going to go after where we can generate some revenue. And we have always done that, but it's just not enough to cover year to year. And up to this point, we've been able to find pots of money that were kind of leftovers from family care years that we could use. But, you know, we don't have a non-lapsing fund. We don't have a fund that we can go to at the end of the year to say, hey, we want to pull some of that back. And so all of that extra revenue that we get from state and federal sources that they sort of give us but don't tell us why it's there, we can't use that in the budget for next year.
Well, how about the county revenue now? Is that a standalone revenue that we have, or can we increase that by state law, or well, where's the rub here?
So the county is held to a taxation limit. And that taxation limit equates to about
And
1%.
who generates that limit? Who says?
The county legislature put that into law. So the legislature has to undo it or change it. You know, so we're all bound by that. Every county's bound by that. The only difference that other counties have that we don't is that most counties have sales tax. So that would have an impact on helping to put it in place. But that's not being advocated by me.
Well, that takes me back to the time that I was on the county board, and that sales tax was suggested by our administrator at that time. And we had to vote on it, and I really was concerned because I didn't know how I should vote. And so one Sunday afternoon, I took a ride through the whole county looking at how poor we were, because I was told we were very poor county, very poor county. And I rode around and found that that's absolutely a big lie. We're not a poor county at all. If you take a ride anywhere around our waterways, you see homes that are multi-million-dollar homes. So when we're sitting here discussing budgets, I can't understand why we are scrambling around trying to keep human services doing the job that we're doing. I'm at a loss.
So I'm just gonna, that's a quick explanation that basically your revenues are for the most part flat, and we just have to then kind of decide if we want to give our staff adequate salary and fringe increases at all, then we have to look at either our expenses or our contract expenses.
Thank you. You've opened up a window for me to look at things differently. Thank you.
Harold?
I'm looking down the road and most people are not looking down. Try to help understand. You know what's happening right now in the real estate market? Houses, the price of houses are going up ridiculous high. And here's the big surprise coming down the road, where there's going to make more pressure put on the tax bill. These people today are paying those outrageous prices for the houses are the ones that are going to be paying more taxes in the future. Because the value of the house went up, the taxes go up. And those are the people down the road, the young ones, trying to get started, paying off student loans and all that good stuff. They're the ones that are going to be crying to cut taxes. So you might have wake up to it right now. It's coming.
Any other question?
One more. We left off, was there anything on your budget that you felt bad that you should probably consider again? I asked that, I'm just saying, I'm putting you on the spot, because again, for us to go in there and make a judgment in front of what we should add, we don't know what the feeling went in there. And there was one that you know, like you said, we made tough cuts, but was there one that kind of?
No, I guess the only thing would be perhaps a vehicle.
Okay.
That we didn't request cost this year.
Yeah, if there's a crack in the door to consider a vehicle, I think, again, it's not, we can maintain a 10-year-old vehicle. So I want to be clear, we can make it work with a 10-year-old vehicle. It's that if there was a crack in the door that actually some other departments actually got a vehicle, well, I'd like to be in the consideration for replacing one.
And that makes sense. I mean, what you said was true. You know, you look back at the 10 years before and look at the 10 years ahead. There's some things could have been done the 10 years before that we wouldn't be where we're at now. We could see. But because we didn't do anything in the last 10 years or certain things didn't happen, now they're getting to be a big issue at a time when we don't really want to spend it because they haven't. So I guess I'm just, you know, better for us to know what your heart is in as opposed to just a bunch of figures. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yep.
So that helps us. Thank
Next.
These two are here to give out the transportation and long-term support, so if people are okay with.
I got no
me
problem
going
with
next, I would really do that. So
That's
the
fine.
next thing.
I have no problem. You guys find it to,
Okay,
Yeah,
now,
that comes up now?
you. Yeah, like a lady that was on there said something about she requested extra $50,000. What group was that? I missed
that is in check. That
Yeah.
Early childhood.
Yeah, budget and behavioral health, but it's kind of a joint.
it's
thing
budgeted
between-
to be in also when Heather comes up next. We can-
Okay, that's what I was trying to look for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this is Supervisor Nichols.
yes.
Hello, everyone. I have been at the meetings attending virtually since 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, thank you. When is the appropriate time to talk about any adjustments to the budget?
Probably after we go through all the department presentations, then we usually talk about if we want to do any kind of adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well,
We're on page 30.
32, let's start
32.
there. Jump ahead. The biggest change on our table of organization would be two project positions that we would be converting to regular positions on the table of organization. And that would be in the first column under social work specialist lead. And in the second column under APS/ADRC specialist. So those would be project positions that we're looking at putting as a regular position. And then you'll see that there's a fourth column called the help team. And that's the part of the homeless prevention program that hasn't yet started, but we anticipate will be fully up and running next year. We have the ability in the grant, we wrote in for 5 positions, but what we're anticipating would be a supervisor and 2 different help specialists. So those are the changes within our table of organization.
Just so people understand that the homelessness prevention was part of the neighborhood investment fund grant that the county received last notice of, well, this spring. That and that fund is coming from the state, and best portion of that is that we're going to run the homelessness prevention program piece of it. There are other pieces of the grant that actually have to do with like sheltering homeless people and transitional housing, and tiny homes and other things. We are not running that. We're just going to be running the prevention piece with some additional staff because the funding is there from that grant. So these positions are going to be 2-year project positions because we're not all sure that they will continue, but they will continue for the purposes of the grant.
So they're temporary positions.
They're temporary, but we call them project because they're more than temporary, but they're less than permanent.
Right, okay, thank you.
So,
A project position can be in place for up to 24 months. The whole neighborhood grant includes that project, this project, some housing for people with disabilities, increased opportunities for people with mental illness, and something for the warming shelter. Those would be the 5 entities or 6, whatever number entities that are part of the big grant. And then on page 34, I'm going to get into a few things that might be standard for some of you, but I want to be fully transparent, clear about how some of this works. So on line 2, you'll see there's a 37% increase for CLTS children's waiver. And the way that that program is run is it is now considered a fully funded program by the state, even though there's a small portion, small percentage that the state doesn't really cover. But most of the children's long-term support program expenses are reimbursed by the state. And the increase in that is simply the number of kids that we are serving. So the cost for case management that you'll see as part of our labor, certain items that we purchase, there's certain costs associated with that come out of, that we pay for, listed below, and the state reimburses us for that. So we are anticipating an increase in close to 400,000 from the state to run the children's long-term support program and the additional children will be serving.
When you say expecting, what do you mean by that? Expecting to get that.
Our referral rate for children's long-term support services, and that's again an ongoing thing. It's not like we serve like child welfare or behavioral health, where there's sometimes temporary services. It's ongoing. Our referral rate is really unprecedented. So we're trying to anticipate how many new kids we'll be bringing onto the program, and then that the state will reimburse us. But we are just kind of guessing as to how many new kids will be on the program.
Could this be one of those kind of reimbursements where you expect it in one budget, the outlay comes another budget, no money comes in, you're ready to present the following budget, and about, you do the budget in October, November, and then by March of the next year, the money gets reimbursed. And suddenly you got this, which county board people, they get us over and over again, they don't know where this surplus comes from. Why don't you?
Yeah, that's not the case with this one. This one, we actually bill every month to WPS for our cost of services and get reimbursed, within 2 months.
Okay.
So we're pretty, this is
So
a
about
pretty
90
steady.
days from the time you do the service, 30 days billing, 60 days
Yes.
comes back.
Yes.
Okay.
So children with long-term support needs are children with intellectual disabilities or autism, and they require kind of a case management type process and other services built around them. And so there is a requirement that there's a waiting list that we basically have to put people on and children on as they come in. And then, and what Beth is saying is the state wasn't fully reimbursing us for a while. And now they have determined that they will fully reimburse us. So she's adding the money in the budget to cover the full reimbursement. At the same time, the expenses have to go up because we're going to be serving more children. So they kind of even out, even though there's a big increase in one, there's also it's going out. So that's what she's trying to express.
Why you're expecting a larger increase or a high population with these sorts of problems, these sorts of issues?
Part of it is that we don't have a waiting list. Part of it is that the state requires us to put every referral onto this program. We used to be able to hook families up with community resources and other natural supports, and now the state requires us to put them on this program. And the more outreach that the state is doing about this program, the more referrals we get. So it's as Bill said, children with intellectual disabilities, kids with severe emotional disturbances or some other type of mental health diagnosis, kids with physical disabilities. Some of those are very high need in terms of their medical condition.
And these kids are older than the birth to 3. Birth to 3 isn't counted.
Well,
Or is it?
that's another component of it. Typically, they're older than birth to 3, but now the state is saying that we should put children under age to be on the program. So we're getting more children under age to be on this program also.
Okay.
It's all state mandated.
Okay.
So that's the increased revenue that we're, that would offset the increased costs we're looking at. Some of the other changes would be, we had some temporary APS funding. So you'll see that's gone back down, or that will go back down next year. Birth to 3
big
That's
decrease.
a big decrease, yeah.
And the reason for that is that we received some additional funds through our, so we did get some additional funds for Berkeley 3 that came and left. And secondly, they have looked at number of referrals, number of kids served, and kind of reallocated funds. So it's not really a decrease from before, but they're not giving us any increase at all in that program. And again, as Bill stated earlier, that's one of those mandated programs. It's an entitlement program. But it's basically that we had some additional funds that are now going away.
If with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, wouldn't you expect to see birth to 3
Absolutely.
going up?
Absolutely.
Number 4, why is there a decrease in?
Number 4, ADRC. That was another one that we received some additional funds for that are going away. So it's,
Operation.
yep, so the state gave, applied for additional ARPA funds for a lot of these programs. They got it, they divvied it out.
So technically, we're not really.
Not from, if you look at, let's see, which one was that, was ADRC. So if you look at it, it's pretty stagnant from what it was. In 2020, it was just under 2 million, and I put in 2 million for 2022. So it's really putting it back to the previous level.
Okay,
So APS, ADRC, and Bertha 3 are all funds that were increased, and for 2023, we'll be going back to the other level. Then I'm going to jump down to number 15, which is nutritional congregate C1. That is for our congregate meal programs. And that was reduced quite a bit because we switched all of the funds into our home delivered meals. So the congregate meal sites have not been up and running since COVID. They're still not up and running. So we took that and we took, you'll see under 2021 actual is 0. We took all of that fund and put it into our home delivered meal program. And because we are going to be opening up the meal sites for next year, we'll be doing it this year and it will continue for next year. We're putting funds back into that we had previously been using.
I guess my only question about that congregate meals, with that being one source of socialization of people, at least at some point, going to those congregate meal sites, and then not having them because of COVID, was there any sort of makeup that was being done for socialization of these people, or did you see some suffering from those who could no longer, because there were no more congregate meal sites available?
What we saw is that the people who deliver the meals are that one source of socialization. So they had some contact. We tried to do more volunteer contacts for people, but absolutely there was some increased, especially with senior center closing. So that's a big source of socialization for that same population. So without question, there was increased depression and lack of self-neglect, things like that, with lack of socialization. And for those who are concerned about COVID with congregate meals, there will be a grab and go option. So instead of doing home delivered meals, for people who don't want to sit in the congregate setting, even though senior centers are fully up and running, as are the housing authority buildings, they will have the option to do a grab and go.
During nice weather, is there, even in the congregate sites, are there places outside to eat, or the picnic tables, or any way of those, some of those congregate sites?
Most of them,
providing-
yes.
Most of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that in my head. I can't remember Pickett, but I believe pretty much all of them have someplace.
Hey, Beth, for time purposes, do you want to address time?
Sure. Yeah. So into expenses. The transportation is on page 36, and it's line number 78, specialized transportation. So you will see that there is an actual increase from 2022 to 2023. And that's for our overall transportation of specialized transportation. So that's city of Appleton, city of Oshkosh, Paratransit, transportation for people above age 60, people with disabilities. So you'll see that there's an increase there. The thing that people were speaking about this morning that I want to address is for Route 10, that has become a very, very low number of people using it at a higher cost. So every year, the number of people utilizing the route from Oshkosh to Neenah and back has gotten lower and lower, and the cost to run it has gotten higher and higher. So we every year talk about, does this program make sense or not? And every year kind of hem and haw. And this year we were saying that, no, this doesn't make financial sense to run it. The city of Oshkosh Go Transit Board voted to not continue it. So even though we're saying, I don't think it makes sense for us to fund it, the city of Oshkosh Go Transit also voted to discontinue that particular route. Now, recognizing the comments that were shared this morning, we do know that there is a population of people who have a disability or over 60 who still need some type of transportation outside of the city bus. An example would be, we had a couple of, I believe 3 people over 60 who are receiving dialysis who live just outside the city limits and are limited to being able to utilize the city transportation. So we have needs. The gentleman who spoke before about people from Neenah going to Fox Valley Tech and UW Oshkosh, that we will be able to meet, but if that is specific to our aging population and our people with disabilities that we receive funding for on page 1, or the first page of our budget, we receive funding for that we will allocate. The amount that we're going to allocate that is specific to what the city projects for those 2 populations. It's not for Route 10 and it's not for replacement of Route 10. It is for any form of specialized transportation for the population we are already serving. So we will expand our paratransit program for the dialysis situation or other situations that arise. And the projection for that is 40,000. We were funding 60,000 for Route 10. We're going to fund 40,000 of additional for various needs throughout the county of the target populations we've always served. And there's a 20% reduction in doing that, or $20,000, I apologize, $20,000 reduction in doing that. But we do have other costs for people with physical disabilities like ambulance that has gone up tremendously, which is why there's an increase overall. Is all making sense?
No.
But what you're saying is you didn't decide that Route 10 was on that way.
No.
You're just saying instead of Route 10, you're funding other things.
Correct. So it relates back to what Bill said about we're no longer granting money, gifting money. We are looking at specific, so like the senior centers, they give us the exact number of people they serve, how they serve them. We've been giving them money, but we can relate that to a service. With Route 10, we've just been giving 60,000, and the cost per ride per person is more than if I were to Uber from my office to the main office.
I think this has to be clear.
It's So we are not ending Route 10. We are taking the funding that we were using for that, and we are going to use it specifically, as Bill referred to, person by person for needs throughout the whole county. Could be Neenah to Oshkosh. And the city transit committee has determined not to continue Route 10.
Right, so let's also say too that it's the city of Oshkosh's route, not our route. We were a partner in that, but so was the university at the time. The university actually stopped funding
Completely. They give nothing.
earlier. So it was the city and us, and then it was reported that on average the ridership was 1.5 individuals per ride. And so it was just a very low attended ride.
So I hate to say it, I mean, the bottom line is, Go Transit wants to cut this route, but they're gonna say, it's the county's fault because they won't fund $60,000. So it's the county being us the state bill because they're saying, I mean, the city is because they, we don't want the route, we wanna cut it, but it's because the county won't fund it. That's what they're actually
And there are
saying.
university professors and students who do use it. There are a few riders on it. But the university cut all of their funding for it. They give zero.
Yeah, and that was a few years ago.
So the Brad that spoke, I don't know if you realize this, but they no longer give any funding whatsoever. Yeah, a couple of years ago they pulled it.
Donna,
I'd like to know, is that a bus, a regular bus that is still going to Penn?
Combustion bus, isn't it?
Uh,
Combustion bus, isn't it?
So it's a full bus,
It's a shorter bus.
like a van?
No.
No, it's just a shorter bus. It's not a, yeah, it's like a mini bus.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I've been sitting directing this subject for at least 10 years. And in these 10 years, it's gone nowhere. It seems to me that Go Transit, however, we need to keep this going because there are people who need it. And it's been a push and a pull between Oshkosh and county, and you just want to throw up your hands at the screen. That's the meetings I've attended on this subject.
The other thing that's notable is that there aren't any other municipalities who's contributed to it. So we have people from Neenah and Menasha and Appleton who utilize it, but Oshkosh is the only funding source other than us. So none of the other municipalities are giving any money toward it. So if there's a need, as referenced earlier in the discussion, it should be a greater effort. Through the University of Fox Valley Tech has a couple students who use it. They don't contribute toward it. So one other comment is that when I first approached the city to say, this doesn't make sense, it's cost prohibitive, it would cost less for us to Uber people one by one. They hired someone to do a study, so there was a study done on this, and there were several options presented to, as referenced in Mike's letter, there were several options presented to the Oshkosh Go Transit Committee, and they have recommended one of two options that would be basically extensions of paratransit. So there's some people are utilizing Uber and Lyft and things like that. There were comments about lack of safety because the drivers aren't vetted for people with disabilities, so on and so forth. There is a company that could take over the whole system that's very costly. There were about 5 or 6 different options that were a paid study that was done on, and so they're looking at really taking what we already have and extending it for people who are over 60 or have a disability that have a need to get for needed Oshkosh, for example. So we're not taking that option away, but what I'm telling you is it's cheaper for us to get that person from A to B than it is to run that bus.
And so you are happy with this, as you are explaining it.
With the funding that we're able to increase, yes. Yes, if we were cutting funding for people with disabilities and over 60, and they had no option to get from Amro to Oshkosh, Neenah to, I would have a problem with that. But because we look at the actual, what's it going to cost for us to get people from A to B outside of the city of Oshkosh who fit into those targets, the city told me it would be $37,000 something dollars, so I put in $4,000 to do that.
so I guess my question is, for that gentleman here, if he wants to get from Oshkosh to Neenah, what would he have to do?
We are going to be in the next 6 months exploring how to extend paratransit. So we already have transportation
So
providers.
he would be able to do paratransit.
I don't qualify for paratransit. I mean, I'm just talking about other options. Why would, because you got a back paratransit.
That's why it would be an extension of paratransit. So it's
Right.
not paratransit
But an
as it
extension
exists
of it,
today.
Right.
It would be looking at different eligibility criteria, and it would be looking at different routes, not just needed to Oshkosh. So this is addressing global county needs for people who aren't able to drive.
Oh, yeah, but even for ones who want to save money, you gotta look ahead to the future.
Oh, gas.
That is a concern, is that we want to use public transportation because of sustainability reasons, but the reality is running a bus that is not effective, that is not sustainable.
And one of the things in Mike's letter, he talked about the WCA, because up north, there is, there's a 3-county collaboration, whatever, that does this, whatever, but you gotta have the 3. You don't have 3 counties
We're
down
looking
here
at
that wants to partner with us.
We're looking at partnering with Allegheny County. We're looking at looking at subdivisions of the county and getting you from one to another. We're looking at all different kinds of options that would open things up to better meet needs. So it wouldn't be like it is today. We'll know in the next 6 months what it will look like. But we're, what the people who would not be included would be people who use it for shopping.
Right.
Students who don't have a disability or aren't over 60, they will be impacted by this. And I agree that public transportation is something we all want to encourage, but this particular bus route is very cost prohibitive. The emissions, you know, the sustainability, there's nothing about it that is telling us that we should continue it as is. It should be changed, should meet the needs in a different way.
That route goes with our county prison.
Yes.
How will those people who are getting out of prison or they serve in the jail? Not the prison.
Just go, yeah, you say go to jail. That's pretty.
Yeah, the jail, I'm
So,
sorry.
yep.
How will they arrange to get a ride if they have to go to the DNR application?
Yeah, that's been an interesting thing. So we actually studied to see how many people from the prison are the jail are utilizing Route 10. Very small number. So again, for the cost of running that bus, we can get them from point A to point B much more cost effectively. There is a little bit of a fear of if we build it, they will come, because this is going to be an expansion for people like the dialysis and whatnot, but we're paying for it anyway. So.
Couldn't just use a smaller vehicle?
If it was,
I'm just throwing it out there.
yeah, I think that was looked at, and I don't recall what the response was. It's part of the survey that the city did. Because again, this is a city route.
Right, exactly. It's not a county.
I will just add for the meetings that I attended, which were meant, the city always was unavailable to be cooperative. They don't want this route, they've never wanted this route. So to put a smaller vehicle in, if they said they had a study and the study said you don't need a smaller vehicle, I disagree. A smaller vehicle would take care of the problem, would take the cost down, and I think the problem is with the city.
Karen?
And I'm remembering something, so it's muddled from like a dozen years ago. And I know the Red Cross was providing rides, at least I remember for sure, for foster children to go to doctor's appointments and so on. And I think there were volunteer drivers there who paid for their gas. I don't know if it was also including adults who needed trust. Is that still up and running, and is that a possibility for people?
We have two other options, and I think it was mentioned this morning about partnering. Yes, actually this time talked about partnering with nonprofit organizations. We have two agreements that will become, they will become more of a contract. One of them is through Lupin Social Services, and one of them is through Avocado. And the funding for Lupin Social Services will remain the same next year. And again, these are both volunteer driver programs. And the amount for Avocado will remain the same also.
So you're not aware of any transportation things through the American Red Cross?
They don't do that anymore.
That's what.
Yeah, so that program stopped, but we have two other volunteer programs that we will continue to fund as it.
Okay.
And if they need a slight increase, I have some flexibility to.
As I understand it, being new, it sounded like the university decided a while ago not to fund this or be funded. Now the city doesn't want to be a fund. Right? The city's not.
Well, they can't come up with the third of the cost that we are saying that we're not going to.
But that we're not going to pay our 37% or whatever the county decided. But that's not official. What you said is they're going to do alternative or not. So that wasn't true. But automatically thinking the county is not going to do it. We're just looking at a different way to do it.
Correct.
I just want to make that clear because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
He was,
Different.
and he's from the university. The university already said no.
Well,
Yes.
the only students from the university who will benefit from what we're going to fund is students who have a disability or over 60. So there are professors, for example, who choose to use that route, that we will not fund, and so.
The purpose is different. I mean, if it's a private citizen, doesn't have any needs, or if you take a teacher or a student want to ride, that's the transit, that's their issue. But we're looking at what we're, and you haven't given up, you're gonna do something else to help other people, so that shouldn't be, you should be putting that out there, because that's, putting it on counties like we're doing.
It's incredibly complex because the university relies on parking permits and tickets. And so the university encourages professors to drive and get a parking permit. That's an important thing for them. The sustainability committee that Brad represents is saying we shouldn't have all these cars driving onto campus, and we should be doing more ride sharing. So he's trying to promote less of professors driving and getting parking permits. Route 10 enables him to do that. The university is saying, no, we want, it's very complicated.
I think there used to be something way back in the day. Right, carpooling, remember that?
I have said that numerous times throughout this entire study that has taken place over the last couple of months, is that we don't fully utilize person who's going from Oshkosh to Neenah, and so needs a ride. If I had someone in my neighborhood who needed to go to church, I'd pick them up in a heartbeat. We don't utilize, there are communities who've done a much better job of formalizing carpooling, and so I keep throwing that out as a alternative. Yeah.
Because there's on the highways, some places that you can park your car, meet up with somebody, and they give you a ride.
Yeah.
Your car.
And
Tons of them around.
They're all empty. They're all
nobody's using them.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's.
Can lives make a ride happen because that's volunteer to get paid reimbursement?
But I heard you're having a hard time finding drivers. though.
They are.
Yeah.
That's the
They have
big
to
deal.
adjust that so that,
Yeah.
I called and inquired about that once, some guy answered the phone from another state. And he was
Oh.
explaining,
Oh,
yeah, like Louisiana or something, it was like, well, what would you know? I mean, it's not,
Yeah, so we are continuing to fund that volunteer program.
Yeah,
for
that's
the
all.
ride.
they just have to adjust for gas and everything, obviously.
Yeah, we will
Yeah.
continue to fund that.
Another thing about Road 10, you don't want to market it in a controversial way, with certain, like what they used to do up in Appleton with some of their stuff. With Paratransit, was it even seriously debated about doing it the route like 5 days a week versus 4 or 6?
That was part of that study that was presented, was changing the route so that it's only once a day, 5 or 6 days, 5 days a week, I believe. And more targeted, as you referenced earlier, to not have as many stops. And the Oshkosh Road Transit Committee voted against that.
What were their comments that they would, well,
I don't know if that meeting was recorded or not, but Jim Collins, who was called in before, and Steve, who was sitting at the end of that row, both have the notes from that meeting where the Road Transit Committee voted against doing what you just proposed. So again, that was a city decision.
Joe?
I believe it was Brad that had a question during the public hearing section that he could not get an answer at that point. So what did he answer his question now?
Well, that was the ARPA one.
The ARPA funding?
ARPA funding.
So the short answer is that ARPA funding that he was addressing was the ARPA funding that came to Winnebago County directly, which has not been decided on anything yet. No monies have been spent for Winnebago County. That's a commission that's been just started, as members from the county exec side and members from the county chair side. They haven't, to my knowledge, they haven't met as a commission yet. And they
you're
haven't
not.
reached out.
Yeah, when I talked to them a couple days ago and asked them, they're waiting for one more person to be appointed. They haven't done anything.
Right, so nothing has been decided. So the answer to the gentleman would be, nothing has been decided about what use ARPA will be used for. But if it's ongoing operational expense, which this would be, it's my understanding that ARPA funds would not be used for ongoing operations.
And the city has made a decision not to request county ARPA funds for a project in regards to this. So even once the committee starts meeting, the city is not planning to request a pilot project for this from the county.
Any questions for Beth?
Yes.
Go ahead, Cliff.
There's two lines, 58 and 59, from consumer program expenses. Both of those have gone down. Our consumer program, would those be some of the nonprofit kind of things that Bill was talking about?
That's part of the bundled services, and if you look at the total of those bundled services, Beth.
Yep.
The
So,
total remains about the same.
So for consumer outreach, the decrease in that would be that LSS no longer provides their outreach program. They don't provide it, it's not that we're not funding it. Okay. We are not going to be funding the Avocado Senior Friends program. We met with them this week to look at an alternative to that. And then
It's a 59 is aging outreach programs at senior centers.
yeah, so it's several different programs there, but primarily it's the LSS, and the Avocado, yeah. And they're aware of that, we're not going to be funding that.
Karen?
Just as a final statement, I did tell Larry last Friday that I was, because of medical issues, I wasn't gonna make a wheelchair wash. And I want to thank you again for the wheelchair wash. It's been a successful program. I know that you were the main kickoff for this and your staff, and it's been a wonderful program for people who are living in wheelchairs 18 hours or 19 or 20 hours a day. So thank you for another successful wheelchair.
The last one we watched, and he said it was okay saying this, was the record worst, filthiest wheelchair we've ever seen.
And he was appreciative, I'm sure.
Oh, gosh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions, Beth?
One last,
Go ahead.
probably should ask way back. This is where the welfare, social worker will be here, right?
No, so we've got people who are applying for Badger Care and food share and all that stuff is under Ann's.
Ann.
And so, yeah, that would not be. I think that was the only other thing that I had to highlight, unless you have any other questions about big changes.
Any more questions?
The one thing I do want to note, kind of a shameless plug here, is under line 73, which is on page 36. Line 73, the second one, you'll see an increase there. And that has to do with our adult protective services referrals. The costs of having to do placements and guardianships and competency evaluations has skyrocketed. It's gone up about 63% on average for the state in the last 3 years. So it's a very, very high increase. You know, you talk about Missy, you know, she's going through guardianship and all, you know, so ADRC, all that stuff. So those kind of people, those costs and referrals and numbers have gone up significantly. So if there's any wonder about why that one's so much higher, is it's just the referrals and the amount of, and as our aging population and our demographics shift toward more people being above age 65 in our community, there's more of that need. So just that, I just wanted to highlight that.
Is there anything we could learn from Massachusetts that we could duplicate here for the future, which may even mean that we could have a program that could rival Lincoln Hills
Yeah,
in terms of services, but I mean, really outshine them in terms of how they're treating people.
and Lincoln Hills is from a juvenile justice standpoint, you know, and that can answer more, but the state is taking a look at the Department of Children and Family Services that Annette is under, and the Department of Human Services that I'm under, are jointly looking at how to serve kids like her in our state. So this isn't a Winnebago County issue. There's throughout the state, there are children whose needs can't be met here. And so there's actually a joint effort at the state level to look at that.
And we have Winnebago County have representation in all of the state committees that are involved in these conversations.
It's just amazing that we had to go as far as Massachusetts. And what do they know that we don't know? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, we gotta find, but the thing is, I mean, this case that we're looking at, possible Lincoln Hills right now, I mean, I don't know nothing about it, but I'm saying with my 34 years working with adolescents at Winnebago, I mean, this gentleman's case is kind of totally different than Missy's case, so it's kind of like, I mean, what
You don't
worked
want to
for,
let me go into doing.
right, what probably worked for Missy in Massachusetts probably isn't gonna work for this kid.
And vice versa.
And vice versa,
Okay,
so,
yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing, yeah, we can get all the ideas, and I'm hoping we'll get a lot of ideas from Massachusetts, but it doesn't work for everybody. Anything else? Go ahead, Joe.
I'm wondering on line 76 and 83. If you look at, the costs seem to be going up and down a lot. What's causing? Like, for example, if you look at 76, for 2020, it's 780,000.
Yep.
83 is over 2 million. But
There are several different items under those categories that are like respite, support home care. We've got several different expenses that fit under 74, 75, 76, 77. And 83. And every year what we do is we take a look at, so one year there might be more respite, another year the state might classify something under a different thing and it just jumps from one to the other. But you'll see under all of those ones that I just mentioned, they're about the same. So there might be a slight increase, but if you add up those categories, they're about the same. It's just that one year someone might be using more respite, one year someone might be needing more, people might be needing more personal cares, but the funding that pays for those is about the same, and the total dollar amounts for all those are about the same, but how the costs get categorized changes. Does that make sense?
Any other questions? Then we're gonna take about a 10-minute break. Eye break, or whatever, I'm gonna break. Like a 1:45.
We still on the phone?
Title change for that one. And then under the family therapy team, there's one position that we are looking to eliminate through attrition. It was a position that worked with referrals directly from the child welfare division and provided the support to the parents for both mental health and substance use concerns. However, they have 2 recovery specialists that they contract with. And now at this time, then the person that was in that position, we're able just to move her into that similar role where we can utilize her skills a little bit more. So that's our change to the table of the board at this time. Page 16, guess the part that I would probably highlight the most on there would be the changes right now, I think, and that said it the best when she said we're seeing individuals with more complex needs at this time. And I would say that that's probably true across the lifespan. There's been an exodus from group homes for staff. So some group homes have been having to shut down, some group homes are putting caps on.
Is it salary issue or what? Stress or?
I would say
Combination.
probably a combination of all, yep. And even the MCOs that we work with as well in the county, they're the care management organizations. They aren't able to find placements for the individuals they work with. Individuals are staying in psychiatric hospitals longer until they can find a placement for them. So there's an uptick in our hospitalization rates, but then there's lowering in our CVRS because we just don't have all of the placements. So the other piece that is new is that Forward Health has a benefit for substance use disorder residential centers. So the Forward Health will actually pay for that service rate. So the county is left then with a moving board for individuals that we refer to that service. Other thing that's going to be new in 2023 is I'm sure you heard about the opioid settlement that's coming. So that will also be coming to Winnebago County, and then that cost will be used to offset the diversion programs out of the Orange County.
Yes, part of it.
Part of it, yes.
Right. So I should explain. So the Connect program a few years ago was 2 people. Last year, the county executive wanted to expand that and added an additional 3 people, and then we moved other diversion people over to Orange King and under supervisor. So there's additional expenses for what we now call the Greater Connect program, which is mainly helping to keep people out of jails and getting them into treatment. And that program has a pretty big price tag to it. When I was talking with the county executive earlier this year, I said, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to handle all those costs because they're coming in directly as tax levy. We can't find revenue sources for those positions at this point. And so he had said that, we should include about half of the costs and that we would find those other revenues in another way. And then when the opioid settlement money came into play, the opioid settlement comes from counties having sued the opioid manufacturers, distributors. The court finally settled with states and counties on that. Counties are getting 70% in Wisconsin, 70% of what's coming to the state of Wisconsin. The state's going to get 30%. We don't know the exact numbers, but it's likely going to be in the 700,000 range for Winnebago County. And those expenses or those revenues will continue potentially for 15 to 18 years. So we're going to use a portion of the opioid settlement monies that are coming to Winnebago County. They're going to be applied to about half the cost of the Connect program. So that's where the revenue side is going to come in to help us with the Connect positions. And so it's a little tricky because this is how it works with us, is that we kind of have to anticipate what's going to come to us for revenue and then be able to plug that in where we think it's reasonable to plug that into our budget. So that's what's going on. There's a lot of things moving up and down. Supervisor Nichols talked to me on Monday about, we added a substantial amount of money back in the inpatient line, which I don't know the number of it right now. And that's because our inpatient costs are going up. It doesn't mean that we're not trying to make every possible inpatient setting, but we have to recognize that. And then Heather's recognized that CVRF utilization is down, so she's betting and figuring that we'll be able to handle our CVRF costs at a lower percentage next year. So those are the big things moving around.
So starting on 17 then is the budget line. Anybody have any specific?
$10,000 for the decrease in the registration.
That would be the same as the tuitions for trainings. Yep, that department wide, so the same as the other.
Okay.
The other divisions. And that would be line 45 on page 18. Questions?
I'll take the opportunity again to thank you. This is the this is the best department, human services in the whole county, and every one of you who have department heads in this department. I appreciate everything you do, truly. And I think.
Go ahead, Bill.
I'm on page 17. On line item 29, I see that's a new item that was put in this year's budget. How did that come about?
That is unexpected revenue that we've been getting based off of trends. So our winter money that comes in, we never actually know how much money is going to come in, but based off of trends, that's what coming up. So we wanted to, I don't know, unless Danny has something else you wanted to add to that.
No, that's not what that is.
Oh, that's. I know. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay. That is actually the money coming from the city of Oshkosh for the co-responder position that we have as a project position right now with our crisis team. So we have a co-responder project position, so it's a crisis worker that's through the county, that's tied with a behavioral health officer through the city of Oshkosh. And the two of them have been responding to calls together so that we can meet needs quicker, meet individuals right in the community where they're at, cut down on hospitalizations, cut down on times in emergency rooms.
So basically, it's the city agreed to pay half of the cost of a social worker that they're connecting with an officer. They work together as a team for the Oshkosh Police Department. So they agreed to pay half. So what I believe there is the half.
The 42,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 42,000 is the half that the city pays us, so it's in the revenue. So that's the city's paying us the half of the position.
And then we applied for a grant that's covering the other half of that position.
So because they were showing the present year and next year, so this is gonna be ongoing from now on then or something?
The reason there's the decrease is because in the 2022 budget, that was for the Lakeland position reimbursement. And that position is not going to be part of our budget for next year.
But it'll be ongoing, Bill, and they're gonna make a contribution now, as far as I know.
Yeah,
Well,
they
okay.
committed for next year. They did.
Maybe when I compare an apple. What I'm wondering about it, are we opening the door here that we maybe shouldn't be open? Because down the road, the money is tight. I can see some people saying that, well, you guys get money back from the state every year. Even though it's 2 years late or whatever, and you don't know what the amount's gonna be, but I can see someone saying, let's put them on in. So they're kind of opening the door, you maybe don't want to.
Well, the one thing is this is a kind of a position that we've been asking for years, because like Kelly said, with this crisis person responding with the officers, hopefully it keeps them out of the hospital, keeps them out of jail or whatever. So actually, by this position, it's saving us, hopefully saving us money from paying, you know.
Well, I see where Harold is going,
I know, I
because it's a
understand.
new position,
Yeah.
it's gonna potentially be an obligation for the county for years to come, at least half of it. And I would say though, Harold, that it isn't as much a task as it is something that's happening in every other county, so we're not like the first to step into this. I think it's gonna be something that every county's gonna be doing, so, I mean, whether we like it or not, I think it's here, probably gonna be here to stay.
Because we got this first idea from when Mike and I went to NACO and went to safety. And this is what other states and other counties and other states are doing, you know, with this crisis worker teaming up with the police officers. Donna,
This reminds me of a few years ago when we had a man who was in his basement. He was very he had mental illness, and he and the police got into a shooting match, and he was shot with bullets, and eventually a year later died. And at that time, everybody was down on the police department because they had gone ahead with this and so on and so on. And the thing is, at that time, there should have been a mental health person there, because they could have lived it right through the heart. They knew what to do, tell him, you know, take away the threat. So this is very important as far as I am concerned. Because when police officers go anywhere to any call, they don't know what they're coming into. So this is a no-brainer for me. It just has to be there.
any other questions? Anything else? Anybody else? All right. Thank you. Oh, anybody on Zoom have any questions? Nicole, you got any questions at all?
Oh, that was earlier. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I know I had to go over here. All right, Ed.
Bring it up to me. This means the sandwiches should be coming. I always talk from the sandwiches.
That's how you brought lunch.
That's what's missing. That's what's missing.
What page do you want to talk?
26 starts economic support. So I happily have the most boring budget.
Right now.
Yes, right now. So very few changes. So for those of you who are new, 10 years ago, economic support started delivering our services by state mandate through a consortium. So we are in a consortium with 8 other counties. They're listed on page 26. And so when we had to operate a call center. And so our call center is staffed by staff in these 9 counties. And we take calls from anybody in those 9 counties. When we house the case, that is always with the Winnebago worker. And Outagamies cases are with an Outagamie worker for the ongoing case part of it. When they call center, they can talk to any one of us.
And so also it's economic support is when people are applying for Medicaid, which we call Badger Care. So it's usually people who are in poverty or near poverty situations. They're eligible for medical assistance through Badger Care. They're eligible for food share, which some people in the old days used to refer to as food stamps. It's officially known federally as SNAP, which is Supplemental Nutrition
Assistance Program. Very good.
And it took me a decade to learn just exactly what I said right now. That's how complicated economic support is. And then the third area is childcare for certain situations of people who are in
Yep, so people can work and afford to.
It's
have
not
childcare.
childcare across the board, but it's childcare for a certain group
Yep,
of folks. So the applications themselves throughout the year is either at 50,000 or 55,000 plus. I think I read in some statistic, right? For the county. That's not an unduplicated count. That's like applications for that happen a year. So it's a pretty large number. Oh, I also forgot to mention that, you know, the annual report is out, and we got a copy of that for everybody today, and the numbers are actually in here, so you can see some numbers of people that we serve. We're getting off track on that, but basically, I just want to mention that. That's kind of what economic support is about, is mostly that, not just the applications, but then they have to follow these cases throughout the year, throughout the years, and verify with people that, you know, they're still eligible, and if there's anything that goes wrong with the case, they have to manage it. So there's like, not just the applications, but there's a case management of all those cases, you know, throughout the year. So it's a lot of work. The state underfunds us, and what she's mentioning about how we went to this consortium 10 years ago. We told them how much it was going to cost us as a region to run it, and they gave us 85% of what we told them it was going to cost to run. So they shorted us 10 years ago on how much this thing was going to cost. So that's why there's tax levy in this program, because they shorted us on how much the reimbursements for the service. And it hasn't changed.
And so, excuse me. One of the things that's unique about economic support within human services for their staff is that the majority of my staff work 80% of the time from home and work 1 day a week in the office. So we have to maintain certain lobby services in addition to this call center. And so them rotating in and out of the office 1 day a week, we are able to maintain that, which allowed us then to give up some offices for the Veterans Department to come over for the health, is it the health team, what the team Beth is adding for different areas to expand without additional costs to the county. So our initial setup was a little, well, we were forced to do a pandemic, but you know, the outlay for the laptops and the monitors that they have at home, but then overall able to help save the county some money, maintaining the same or better service. And I say it that way because we've had very little turnover since then. And I will tell you every day of the week that an experienced staff person is more efficient and gives a better customer service than somebody in training. Not because the person in training isn't trying, it's because it's darn hard stuff to learn. We don't expect our new staff to be proficient for at least 2 years. They're working, we just don't expect them to be proficient for at least 2 years. And currently, the majority of my staff have been here at least 2 years, and that I started here in 1998. Never has that happened before, never.
You said 1980?
1998, I started. I don't know what I said, but so that's when I started here.
So I want to make a comment too about, we're talking about retention of staff and one of the strategies, and requested this even before the pandemic to try work from home, because this particular group can be monitored every second of every day because they're online. You can see what they're doing. They monitor calls. I mean, this is a very, you know, and so it works really well. But on the retention side, I can tell you that Ann's division had the highest amount of turnover prior to us doing this. I mean, she had 10 to 15% turnover every year in her staff. In the last couple of years, Ann, what's it been?
I had a retirement, and recently I had someone who had to leave due to some child care issues. She wasn't able to.
And that's it for the last 2+ years. So it went from a lot of turnover to almost no turnover. And in this particular case, I think we can attribute a lot of that to the work from home option.
It is definitely a big factor.
Take the phone call on 101.
Saw me in the back on my laptop. I was monitoring the call center. I can do that from anywhere. They can do it from anywhere. I mean, of course, they have to sign something saying they're in a secure location, they have to be in the state of Wisconsin, you know, all those kinds of things. But,
And is there any direct face-to-face?
yes,
There is.
if people
Customer-
choose it, so people get to choose how we serve them.
Okay.
And so if they walk into our building, we take care of them. If they call and they say, this phone call is nice, but I want to sit down with somebody, we schedule that.
Where you go to them or they come to you?
They come to us.
Okay.
They come to us. And when I first started as a worker, some people did home visits then. I never, ever, ever did one, and people who did them maybe twice a year, so it never was a big need in our area.
Okay.
And that was before we could use the call center, before they could use the computer. So.
Was that Mikey having a question?
He came out without.
Oh, I thought he said he had a question on telephone. Okay, never mind.
Okay. So the next page is our table of organization, no changes. And then when you get into the budget, there's very little change. On page 29, we've increased temporary employees by just a little bit. And so the story with that is we had been using, that had been for the case manager that was working with the marketplace applications, the Obamacare. She will not be able to come back, and we had said we won't need that person once she can no longer come back. It's not worth training for the amount of people that help. However, we do expect either late this year or early next year for the public health emergency to end. And why that's important in my world is because right now during the public health emergency, if you are two things, if you are receiving Medicaid or Badger Care, we are not allowed to close that. There's no annual renewals on that. Everyone who has Badger Care, unless they ask us to close it, they die or they move out of state and remain on Badger Care right now. When the public health emergency ends, over the course of the next year, those people will all need their renewals. And we will also be able to close people who go over income and that kind of thing. So that will increase the workload. And so that person that I mentioned that had to leave for childcare reasons, I said, hey, you're all trained and everything. So if you want to put some hours in the evening after the kids go to bed, we could use you to process some things. And she said, yes. So, and if it's not her, truthfully, we probably won't use temporary staff because if they're not trained, they don't help us. We can't train them in the temporary staff. And then the overtime, we haven't been using our overtime at the same thing. We would offer overtime to the existing staff for that same reason. And the state has told us there will be extra money for that, for this particular unwinding is what they're calling it. The other piece of the unwinding when the public health emergency ends, currently, if a household is receiving food share, it's all, think of a sliding scale for income and benefits. So I'm a single person and I've got income that's kind of up against the max. I'll get $19 a month. The maximum is $234. During the pandemic, everyone is getting the maximum. That will end. They'll go back to their $19 a month. And even though we're telling them this is temporary, they're going to get text messages. It's going to be on our outgoing messages. We do expect our call volume to go up, which means we put extra people on the phones, which means that at other times we get people processing things that they would normally process instead of taking calls. So that's why the overtime and the temporary staff, that's what we're going to go with. And we work with our consortium partners too, so that if we're down staff and they're up staff or vice versa, we fill in for each other as we can. And that's one of the benefits of a consortium, and it evens out over time that way too. So that the customers always get what they're entitled to in the time frame they're entitled to it. And I may have, we talk about mandates and everything else. We have certain timelines for everything, and so we have to make sure we meet them. And so if it means we need some overtime once in a while or something like that, that's what we do. I can't pull somebody off the street to do it again because of that whole, it takes a couple of years to be proficient.
Sure.
Page 29.
Yes.
Line 28.
Yes.
That's an odd line. In 2020, you actually spent only $13. And then in FY21, nothing. Then you budgeted 500 for 22 and only 200. What is that? What is that staff taxable meal reimbursement?
I think most of it was me, Karen, to be very honest. My staff doesn't travel very much.
You ate $300 worth of food? Outrageous.
Wait, $13.
Well, no, that was 2020. Now everyone's 200 freaking dollars.
I can hungry, Karen.
Oh, all right.
And none in 2021, to be honest.
So-
She had no food.
Right.
Yeah, she had no-
So the meetings and trainings we would go to, my meetings in Madison are only by Zoom right now. The state has not gone down to face-to-face meetings at all. We're just now starting to have conversations about what that might look like if we meet again. And I have been going down to Madison 2 to 3 times a month for meetings. If we go back to face-to-face, it will not be every month. It'll be primarily by Zoom, and a couple of times a year we would meet in person, because as others have mentioned, you miss a certain parts of the face-to-face experience and getting to know people in other counties a little differently who do the same job and that kind of thing. Same thing with our consortium. So some of that food, we have an all-staff training for our consortium. We skipped it. This year is virtual. It's tomorrow.
Nobody eats.
Nobody
Right.
needs on virtual.
And part of that is because at the time we planned it, counties were still not doing face-to-face things. Most of us are back into the office, at least for some things, but we weren't planning face-to-face things yet at that point. And part of it is with staff working from home, and throughout our consortia, they vary a little bit, anywhere from not very much remote work to half-time to, I think we have the most at the 80%. They're not all that excited to drive someplace if there's a virtual option on their days they would have normally worked from home. Some like it and some will say, sure, I'll go. The same with trainings. Most of our trainings, our state trainings, are all virtual too. So things we were spending that on, we're not, and so I'm throwing darts because I don't know what 2023 brings exactly. And I think we'd all like to get our consortium staff back together. I don't know if that happens next year or not yet. We usually go to some place like Fox Valley Tech and Appleton and use the big rooms there.
Oh, you got a question?
Yeah, I was just curious. I know you're doing it one day, but would you say a client, which point of view, how many contacts do you say in a week that client gets from clients? And how many did you get before it was face-to-face?
So we're not set up like some of the others where there's a certain amount of contacts. Ours is solely based on the need, and that they usually initiate. I would guess because of our call center, many get a lot more, because I could see in case comments, they call center, they ask a question, they don't like the answer, they call center, they ask a question, they don't like the answer. So they're not limited in any way, but so if you opened a Badger Care case, we could open it completely with never speaking to you. You would submit it via the Access website. We'd see everything we need. We might say, hey, we still need this, but that would all be by mail or email. And then we'd open your case. And then unless you have a change to report to us or a question for us, we'll talk to you next year at your 1-year renewal. And but that's not new. So that part's the same.
I guess I just asked it because, and what I hear a lot of times, so there's not enough workers for the number of people. You're lucky if you get a call once a week, or you get to find out. And then I also hear other people say, well, they're kind of beating the system because nobody checked it. So I'm just curious, you're only seeing them at a certain period of time. Do you know that fact that person is eligible. I worked at a farmer's market a bunch of times in the last couple of years of pandemic. And people said, I keep getting money and I don't even have it coming. I don't have everything to survive, but they say, every month I keep getting more money. There's so much money on my thing and I don't really eligible, but
So that's part of
who's
what,
checking? I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
you know,
so that's part of what I was telling you
Yeah.
with the pandemic rules, they're all getting the maximum. The other part that did not go through us, but goes right on that same card, is if they had school-aged children, when there was virtual school, instead of the free school lunches, they were getting what's called the pandemic EBT benefit. And so they were getting money on their cards for school-aged children and have continued to get some of that for that purpose. I can tell you, do we catch everyone who's not doing things the way they're supposed to? I'm sure we do not. However, we have different types of alerts in our system, and they're called cross matches and they're called discrepancies. But so if you're working, your employer reports that to the state of Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin looks into our system and says, hey, Ralph is open on food share. You have this for an income. This is what he made. You have a discrepancy here. And then we have to look at that. And then, so if you've forgotten to tell us, we're going to say, you got this much. You should have gotten this much. Now you have an overpayment.
And they gotta pay it back.
Correct. Not during, and again, pandemic rules are different because they would have gotten, if they would have gotten even $1, there wouldn't be an overpayment. But if they were completely over the income limit, then yes, that we would. Although I take that back, they did change our overpayment rules for the public health emergency too. So, but no, during normal times, we would catch that. So do we always catch it right away? No, we don't. And if you say, I'm not going to pay it, but you remain open on food share, or you open back up on food share, at some point, it's going to come out of your benefits. If you still don't pay it off that way, it's good. We're going to take your tax refund. So slowly but surely, it always works out. And so people think they're beating the system, and they do for a while. Most don't long term. And I have many, because in the call center, if they want a supervisor, we give them what's called problem resolution. And for Winnebago County, that is my phone number. So I have many conversations with people, and they'll say, but why? But why? But why?
Thank you.
Sure.
One other question.
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about meals for children, being educated from home. I don't know what this was. I saw this in the news this morning before I left home early. A food truck in Oshkosh feeding children, but there was also some component about training people with disabilities, because inside the truck, the food truck, they can actually turn a wheelchair around. Is that a county thing? Is that a school board thing?
I
Is that
think
a
it's
city
a
thing?
school
What
thing.
is that?
It's a school thing, it's
Yeah.
a mobile food thing for special needs children that'll be going to
train,
school. Right, and then there'll also be training, because the special needs kids will also be helping out inside the food truck.
So special needs persons with special needs are in the truck and preparing whatever meals are serving. Then it's driving to some location or various locations to feed children, any school-age
I thought it was
children,
going from
or
school to school.
feeding,
I thought it was going school to
If
school.
it's an extension of what they already have at the high schools in Oshkosh,
Right.
so it's an Oshkosh School District program, they have one at West and one at North. And they wanted to make a mobile program that could be out at community, like they were out at the movie night on Friday at the amphitheater and different sites. So it's not for the intention of feeding children. Right. It's a mobile site, just like any other food truck in our community. But this one is specific. So yeah, a person with in a wheelchair can maneuver the cooking in there, doing the cashiering. Apparently it's a different cash register.
Yeah,
So they graduate that.
So it's a school district is doing this.
Yeah.
You know, if I kept naming it, I just heard that there was a mobile.
We might be pairing it with our senior meal program, but the whole development of it was through the Oshkosh schools.
Okay, I just saw blurb in it, and then you mentioned meals for kids. I thought maybe this is time to ask. for the
No,
school
it's
truck.
for free and reduced lunch, so
Right.
free school meals if they weren't going to school, they wouldn't be getting the
Like I-
meals.
Oh,
And so
you're
they
right,
have
I did
some benefits on their food share card. And that's just called pandemic EBT, but it's, they can spend it like any other food dollar, so they can spend it at the farmer's market, for example.
Okay.
And if you don't know, the farmer's market is pretty cool. If they spend $10 in their food share there, they get an extra $10 to spend at the farmer's market because of a grant that the farmer's market got. So every year I provide data so they know our local data for that. But I just think that's a cool program. And the co-op is going to be doing something similar, and I'm starting to talk to Brenda and some of the people on their board too, so to make sure we're all on the same page.
That's worth it. I mean, we, so many people come and get that. And then they had one grant they got, and they had bonus of 20 last year.
Yes, they
Only
did.
People in Oshkosh, they're getting all the.
Yep.
A lot of people. Someone buying $100 trying to buy lots, storing them. So it does work.
Yeah, I mean, it's, because what's the, one of the complaints, I don't think everybody can code with it, not a farmer's market. Otherwise, the only things that are missing are what Bill referred to as the gifts, and those are on page 30.
So I want to address that, okay?
Yes.
Because I totally am. This is under that topic of some of our funds that we've given to organizations in the community haven't been with a specific contract or a specific service for a specific client. We just decided they're a good outfit, they're a good organization, and over the years, this board and county board said, yeah, you know, it's okay to give this agency some extra funding. Well, we can't do that anymore. We can't do it in that way anymore. And the two that are on Ann's list are 11, which stands for Limited Emergency Assistance Valley Ecumenical Network, Ecumenical Network. So 11 stands for Limited Emergency Assistance Valley Ecumenical Network. And this, we only started funding them $10,000 a year, probably about 6 or so years ago. And when I say we need to stop doing it, this is because there's anything wrong with the service that they're providing. They're providing important services for people in Winnebago County, and that's great. However, that's not specific to a client that we prefer and recommend, and we haven't established like a rate. So I did notify the executive director of Levin and stated that, you know, here's why we're going to stop doing it. You can come to the public hearing if you'd like to. Told them about today. So I think what we would do going forward is that if we have a situation where we think Levin is a good recommendation, if we can figure out a way with Levin to make it a case by case, let some amount of money per the service that we're going to ask for from them, we could do that. We just can't do it the way we're doing it. So I took it out of the budget for this coming year. So that's what's happening with that. And then the Avocado community grant, $80,000. So again, it was a grant. We weren't asking for anything in particular. It was actually started by a former county executive who went to a poverty seminar, and he felt that there were people in Winnebago County that were not able to find out any information about where to go to get help with poverty, and that we were supposed to set up a system where we have a couple of case managers or a case manager that can go and find people somewhere in the community that weren't able to access services and to get them connected. So it's kind of a street worker idea for so we didn't have the service in-house, and I knew Avocado and what it does. And so Avocado said, yes, we can do that. And I will tell you, and even if they were here in this room, I will tell you that it never developed into the service that was what we were really intending it to be, which was a street worker, poverty case manager type person. 14 or 15, is that they put it into a program that they currently run in-house called PASS, which I don't know what PASS stands for, but it's a
People achieving self-sufficiency.
people is achieving self-sufficiency. So again, it's not that it was bad, the money wasn't, the money wasn't in any way, there wasn't any problem with it. It's just that, again, it's a grant, it's a gift, it's not working the way it was intended. Probably should have been ended, in my opinion, earlier than this, but I don't know. Obviously, the response from Avocado was, well, we're gonna do less service because we have less money in that program, we're probably gonna do less service. So I'm being transparent, to tell you, that was their response. But we need to make some changes in these gift programs, and I think the way we do it is we take it out, and then if we have case by case needs, then the past program might be good for some individuals. We'll make a contract on a case by case basis, as opposed to just the general.
And I think some of the attempting to get to the program will be met by the new health program too. Some housing really, so meeting needs.
What does that mean when they say the funding for community action services provided by Avocado remains intact?
Well, there's a whole other.
So I mean, they're still going to provide some services.
Yes, so there's a
Just the
big
specific-
nutrition program that Avocado runs for us. That's going to stay. There's a county contribution of 42 or 43,000 for a federal match. That's given to Avocado, and that's in. That one is okay to do it that way because in state law they allow that federal match contribution from Winnebago County. So that particular sum is still okay to do. So what we're saying is we're still doing service and we're still funding Avocado in all the other ways that we're funding now. We're just not going to fund this one. And honestly, they had a hard time even coming up with the personnel to run this book. And we didn't require them to pay us back. We did have personnel run it. So they've gotten the benefit of this for probably 14 years. Well, they're not okay with it. They're not okay with it. They're just saying, well, we're probably going to do less service. But they understand why.
But they still had trouble funding or getting people to work.
They did.
So they really were.
So I just, we had to make some sacrifices somewhere. These are two of the sacrifices.
I don't know if it's the right department division or not. The two women who spoke during the public comments, hoping for $50,000 more. Not only are they probably not going to get 50,000 because they're not getting, they're not going to get what they had to begin with. Is that correct?
Okay, no.
No.
So
Who were they?
Family services.
Family Services, Parent Connection.
Okay.
So I've communicated with Family Services, Parent Connection. I communicated with Melissa who spoke, the first person who spoke.
Right.
And told her that for this coming year, we are going to hold the 53 or whatever the 53,400 is staying in the budget for 2023. I told her that it's in potential jeopardy for 2024. We're going to have to come up with something probably different. But she wants an additional 50,000 on top of it. And I told her that it's not going to be in my budget recommendation.
She would have to come to the whole county board and make a presentation and hope for the best, right?
Well, let me speak to that. Let me speak to that.
Okay.
It is kind of frowned upon that provider agencies come and speak to you here or you at the county board to ask for more money. And why it's frowned upon is that it's kind of inviting that you're telling every provider of every agency for the county to come if you want more money, go to the county board and make a presentation and they'll give you more. I think it is a bad precedent to allow vendors to come and make us, in essence, a sales pitch, maybe a good one, maybe a necessary one, but if you allow that in a public forum, I have to allow time for any other agency to be able to make that same pitch. And I think it's opening up Pandora's box to allow them to make presentations to the whole board.
Are we sort of forcing their hand if we're limiting if we're being forced to limit our budget to a zero growth, which won't even account for salary increases, aren't we sort of saying, you know, you're cut off, you only have, this is their only option, what else, what other option do they have? If they can't, I agree, I don't like the idea of division, I mean, department, you know, agencies that are agency, coming to the county board and giving their spiel and making a pitch and hope for the best, but what are their choices?
Parent Connection has also had United Way funding in the past. I don't know if they still have it, but they did when I was a board member of United Way. So they did. So is there other ways? Charitable giving. That's the way that nonprofits generally acquire money to operate.
In grants that apply.
And grants, yeah. And grants. So what we're talking, about, so with Parent Connection, we preserved the funding for 2023.
Okay.
I told them that it was potentially in jeopardy for 2024. We'll talk about it some more of that. So it's fine.
Chris.
Where was it?
Wait, Chris.
To me, that's asking the county board to micromanage the
Right.
departments and stepping over what a department like Bill, for the human service, looks at the whole county needs and how can we best serve them and how can we do it within the parameters that we have. Yeah, bad precedent, because
It's a good.
I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, Chris. It's just if we're going to get to the point where we as a department are being forced to cut programs or cut personnel, what options do those people out there that we're serving do they have except pleading their case on a one by one basis? I don't know what else other options they have.
But that's not a county.
it's not a county service.
That you're talking about is independent contractor.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And it's, to
we
me,
should, and we should be doing anything.
and I'm not speaking to Parent Connection specifically, but it's also like looking at the past program at Avocado and saying, no, it's not working, or it's not funded. If it is working, or it's funded, you know, and making decisions based upon what impact they're making.
Well, and I think we want to preserve, like with Parent Connections, I mean, Annette, who's not here right now, but Annette said to me, she'd like to try to find a way to preserve at least some of the funding for Parent Connection, because there's a direct connection between some of the families that Annette's program deals with and what they're doing. And I said to her that we need to figure out a way to push the funding toward them, but on the cases that we're referring, or the cases that we think Winnebago County would benefit from us being involved in, because they get to choose whoever, and their program is completely up to them how they want to run it. If we didn't want to.
Donna.
Please clarify for me, is this, are we talking about the funding that they were talking about that these people go in to teach parents how to teach
So we're
their
on Parent
children?
Connection.
Oh, pardon me?
Annette just came back in and she can answer the question
Is
better.
that what we're talking about here?
Parent Connection.
She wants to know what Parent Connection does.
Parents as teachers is the evidence-based program that they do, and so then they go out to homes with young children.
Is that what we're speaking about here?
We've been funding their program
Yes.
at $53,400.
So this is the program that we are speaking about.
Right.
Yes, okay. Well, I would just add a comment then about that, because, and I don't know about funding and so on, but I do know that parents who do not know how to teach their children do more damage than anybody else. So if this program that we are deciding if we should give them more money or not, if they are doing a good job to us, and perhaps you mentioned, Bill, that we will fund those who are from our county or something? Or?
Well, I think with Annette and I were talking about a way next year, when we're talking about what we're going to do with the $53,400, is there a way, because we can't just give it to them the way we're giving it to them, because it is technically a gift. Okay, in the wording of the Attorney General's opinion. So we need to basically get it into what part do we want them to play for us with the clients, and because just because they're doing a service for Winnebago County citizens doesn't equal that that's a service that we need to, because it's not in our mission, directly in our mission to fund that. And we don't have a funding source for that mission. This is 100% levy, 100% levy. So we have to like make sure that we're using the money, focus on the clients and the families that we think would have some benefit for us to serve. Because it has to be directly related to our mission, not that the good of the welfare of the county is not our mission. We cannot provide all the services necessary to take care of all the welfare of the citizens. We're very targeted in our mission. We have to target our mission to specifically in this case, child welfare families. We're trying to prevent child welfare families from getting deeper into the system. We want them to avoid the system if at all possible.
Well, yes, and that's where I'm confused, because it appears to me, from what I'm trying to gain here, is that this particular group goes in to help those parents parent better. And that is a good goal in the long run for human services.
Well, yeah, it's good, and I don't disagree with you, but the thing is, we're not cutting them, we're just not giving them any more. And there's other resources out there for them to get that increase if they want it. There's other nonprofits that they can ask for there. We're not cutting, I mean, it'd be different if we were saying, we're gonna cut their program out.
Thank you for the clarification.
Right, but we're not cutting it out, we're just not giving them any more.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
And it's not the only parent education programming and support being given by that unit. There's an array of programs that the child welfare utilizes. Correct on that? Am I, that's just one of the.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing it up, because it was mud before.
Yeah, I gotta do that. Okay, so,
Harold.
I think we're talking about two different things here, and we're blowing some of this out of proportion. Any agency that wants money, they come here first. We put it in the budget, goes to the executive. The executive has the right to make changes. Goes, okay, so now it's gonna go to the county board. The county board, always the first Monday of the budget process, is open to the public. They come there and they speak to the county board. At that point, they tell the county board their concerns. And then after that, the county board debates it. So it ain't like we're trying to say here, oh, these poor agencies, they all got to run and harass the county board. That's not the way the system operates. So we're making something bigger than
this. So if we're done on that.
Anything else on that one?
Anything else for Ann?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
You got anything else here?
I do not, unless you have questions that I haven't answered already.
Thank you for everything your division does.
Thank you, I'll share that with them.
Bill's gonna talk about
all right,
one other
one more,
agency.
well, because, these are the tough choices, and there's one other one on there, tough choices, and I want to explain that a little bit, and that is the Reach Counseling grant / gift. So Reach Counseling is a counseling agency that specializes in sexual assault services that include sexual abuse counseling. We made a decision as a department, I don't know how many years ago, they even preceded me, that because they were specialized in that area, not the sole source of sexual abuse counseling, but because they were specialized, that there was a need, and so we set aside $25,000, but didn't specify that it had to be on referral from us or what the parameters of it was. It's just like the gift, and that went on. It's been going on for, well, it's been going on probably the whole time that I've been here. And a couple of years ago, we discussed changing this from the gift scenario to a outright contract for clients that we would refer to their agency for particular services for sexual abuse counseling. Given that there are at least 10 other private agencies that provide that same sexual abuse counseling, including our own county department. So there's multiple service areas that people can receive help if they've been sexually assaulted. Okay, so why I'm being very careful with my words, because there's been some misclarification to the county board in the past that they're the sole source of sexual abuse counseling for sexual assault in the county. And that's not accurate. So, so the 25,000, we need to change it into a contract for actually direct referrals that we make to them, which we will continue to make. When we look at those cases that we would refer versus those cases that they just generally see in the county, we don't need $25,000 in the contract. We need about $5,000 in that contract. Now, when I had a conversation with the director about that, or with not a director, but one of her staff, I also mentioned to them that if they have individuals in Winnebago County who are indigent, do not have health insurance, do not have an ability to pay, and they feel like they can't serve them because they mentioned it's a hardship for them, I suggested that they refer those cases back to our department because that's what we're here for. We do that counseling, and we will be available for that. So they were told three things. They were told that the $25,000 contract is ending, that there will be a $5,000 fee for service contract for cases that we refer to them in next year, and we'll monitor that. And if it gets larger than 5,000, we'll increase the contract. That's one, but we'll refer them. We aren't just not going to like give you a check. And if you have cases that are unable to pay and you feel like that's a hardship for you, you can refer them back to us. So that was a tough decision. I think there's a lot of feelings about that because Reach went to the county board a year or two ago, made a big presentation. Last December, they made another presentation to the county board. And of course, they have a lot of support. You know, from the county
Is
board.
Reach an LSS?
No, Reach is Reach. Reach is Reach.
Okay.
Council. It's its own-
Okay.
It's in the,
Didn't we give them more money last year?
2 years ago, the
2 years
county
ago.
board gave them $40,000 grant for
That's what I thought.
something else.
Right. I thought that was-
Look at big house.
That yellow house on.
With a big veranda on commercial.
Yep.
Okay.
So anyway, I want to explain that because that's also in the budget, that it will change from a $25,000 gift to a $5,000 contract. And those are the only, I mean, those are the ones that we've converted to this, that group that I just shared with you, plus the Route 10 change. Those are the big changes from the external partners. Next year, for 2024, I'm going to anticipate we're going to probably have another group of entities where we've been allotting some money that will include next, 2024 will include places like warming shelter, pillars, and maybe a couple more. So, I mean, we're not changing that for 2023, but it's coming. So that's my speech on that. If you have questions, please ask me, because that's, we had to start someplace, and this is where we started.
Which pleasure, we can eat and continue our voting, or we can finish all our business and then eat. But you guys are young. Food here, right?
It is correct.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
I don't really care, so while you're voting over the
The food is here, why don't we?
It'll take 10, 15 minutes.
You take 10, 15. Nicole, are you still there? Or Becky? I'm sorry, Becky.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, but is that, we're gonna just get some lunch and then we're gonna continue, because I know that you have some things you want to talk about, right?
Well, based on today's conversations, I have two things that I'd like to discuss.
All right, well, let's do it now. Yeah, discuss them now, and then we'll bring up whatever you bring up. Yep.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I'm at a slight disadvantage today because I needed to attend virtually, and the county board passed another rule where people who attend virtually can't vote
I know we did talk about that. Sorry about that. Yeah.
on items. No, that's okay. It's not your fault. So the first item that I heard about today that raised a question was about Lincoln Hills and the possibility of having a placement there. So I'm not sure which budget that falls into, but if someone is available to just briefly bring us up to speed on where the budget was proposed for 2023 and what we might be looking at, that would be helpful.
Well, maybe Annette can start and then I can kind of talk about big picture.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Annette.
What we have in the budget currently is $120,000. I will find the line item for you. Page
25.
992. 25 and
Page
92.
Page 20. Line
92.
92.
92. Thank you.
So what we have in the budget as of today is 120,000, which is what we have had in the budget for the last, I believe, almost 8 years, because we haven't had any kids placed there. So what we budgeted for is up to now, because the cost has gone so high, that would give us 4 months for a placement in corrections, about 4 months. But as the increase has come up in terms of the fee, daily fee, we need more, we would need more if somebody goes. So right now, we have a potential situation where a youth may end up at Lincoln Hills. And if that does happen, we would need $400,000 for the entire year for that placement. And so then we would have to, if this happens before August, we would have to adjust other line items in child welfare to manage to accept that additional money going into the corrections line.
What, so Becky, this is what I proposed. And because we don't know the circumstances yet, and if it's going to actually come to fruition, I didn't really want to like throw that on this board today. But if between now and August, when we meet the county exec, if we know for sure that the person's going in, we can calculate how long they might be in next year. And well, let's say it's half a year and we only have funding for a quarter of the year, then we'll probably go back into the county exec's budget at the end of August and come up with a solution for the extra 120,000 that we might need for next year, because we'll be short if that person is in for longer than the first 3 or 4 months. So we don't need to change it today. We can adjust that with the county exec at the end of August.
Otherwise, what I'm hearing is the alternative is to make changes to the within the child welfare budget itself to fund a stay if one were required.
Well, we'd have to add more. We'd have to add more to that line, and if we did that right now, we would have to come up with additional cuts from someplace else. So that's why I'm saying I think this happens all the time, that you'll pass a budget to the county exec today, and between now and the end of August, different things are going to come up, plus or minus, and then we kind of like solve it at the end of August. So I would recommend, rather than add it today, just leave it as it is and then let us deal with it at the end of August, you're still gonna get a chance to say yes or no when it gets to you at the county board level in October. So you're not like out of the loop on it, but it'll be in the larger county budget at that point. That'd be my recommendation, but you can do whatever you like.
I appreciate your recommendation. I'm going to respectfully express my opinion on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel I think strongly that the Human Services Board responsibility is to present its budget to the county executive. And if we are anticipating this expense, then we should budget accordingly for it. And in the next few months, if we receive notification that that changes, then the county executive can change that in his budget. And I don't even think that we need to fill that line with the full amount, the full $400,000, but to fund it at a higher level than it is now would be a good idea.
All right.
And anyone else can chime in on the conversation.
I guess I would just wonder if you have any suggestions about what to cut from other lines to make up that difference. Because that's what we have to do to keep at the zero.
Because to come up with it, at least the difference for 6 months, you're talking at least $90,000. You have to come up with to add to that 120,000.
Or it could be an ad. So the other thing, just so everybody knows too, if you want to add things to the budget, we don't quite know where to reduce it from. If you want to suggest this as an add to the budget, so it would be 0% increase, but here's an increase that we can't find a decrease for. So the county exec said you can have a list of things on the side that are add requests. So maybe that's going to be helpful to the whole board and you, Becky, is that, you know, the county exec said if you can't make 0, then you can have a list of ads, and that those would be separate and can be brought to the meeting with him so that then he can see what he wants to do about each of those ads. So if you wanted to add something else back in or something brand new, you could vote on it as an ad.
And that's where you put the van too, right?
Yeah, if you want to then you put it in on an ad list.
Yeah, and then add. Okay, thank you.
What's the chance that this is a young man who's gonna go to?
Well, right now, we think it's more likely than not that it's going to happen.
And then it will be for a year?
Well, for a year, likely, well, see, even that, and that I'll say, it's typically always been a year, but there's new ways that they do things at Lincoln Hills. So if a person would make significant progress in the first 6 months, it may be that they'd be comfortable with releasing him at 8 months or 9 months. So it's not always a 12-month sentence that has to be, it's not like prison where you get like, you know, you have to stay there for this length of time. It's always determined by the folks at Lincoln Hills. It can be up to a year, but it's determined. So we don't know exactly how long.
We do have the ability to release more progress than Lincoln does, that we can go in front of our judges, in front of our court. Another different alternative for placement of them. Like, you know, that would be a possibility also.
I can't hear that. I'm sorry.
You should come up to the.
So there's a possibility, and I'm not saying it would happen in this case, but there are possibilities that if he was sentenced to Lincoln Hills for 1 year, at any point in that year, if we believed he was making significant progress and we had a different alternative for placement for him, then we would be able to go to our courts to ask for that to be changed at that time. So it is.
Thank you.
Yes, it is a moving target in a sense.
Yeah, and I understand that. And my objection to either leaving this at 120,000 this point or making an ad list is that I don't think it's appropriate, especially in this circumstance, for the county executive to say, well, we'll just go to the county board for a budget adjustment to fund this, if it should happen, or a budget transfer, as they're referred to at the county level. Because this is not something that should be a question in my mind that should be before the county board. So it's important for us to account for it in our budget. If we, and I'm not a proponent of subtracting something either for an equal cut. I'm not a proponent of that. So it's upon us to have it in our budget. If something changes over the course of the next few months, then that's okay. But this is not something that should be coming before the county board for a budget transfer.
Right, and I understand what you're talking about, and I'm not against putting this aside as a separate item or whatever, but, and I don't know if you were on the board, on this board when the county exec first took over, but he came to this board and he said to this board, if the human services budget ever becomes short, you just need to come to the county board and the county board will pass that extra money to you. The county exec came to us and said that.
He did. He practically guaranteed
Right.
that there wouldn't be a single person on the county board who would vote against human services. And I said, if that's the case, then why do we need to go to the county board? Since we all know they're gonna vote yes, we'll just go to Vicky because she was treasurer at that time. We'll just go to Vicky and tell her we want more money. No, it still has to go to the board for a vote. I said, well, it's gonna be 100% vote, right? So he really, he doubled down that, the county board was gonna be behind us.
Yeah, I understand, that it shouldn't be the county board's, decision to increase or whatever, but we got a county executive who told us that that's what we need to do. I mean, but I don't have a problem increasing this, and like Bill said, I would like to, if we need to add that extra list, I mean, then we'll add that extra list and present it to the county exec when we meet with him.
This is very confusing for me, but I do agree that, I do agree in the principle that she has bringing up that this should not go to the county board. If you, let's say that we're the parent, this child, whatever. It appears that it behooves us to have that money available so that if this child is going to go to where Lincoln Hills, it's covered, and not go in front of the board and thrash it out before all of those people. This is an in-house thing that we are responsible for, and I do agree. I believe that we should raise the fund.
I mean, we wouldn't go down in front of the board and thrash the whole situation on it. We're just asking for money.
I know,
That's
but
all.
nonetheless,
I understand.
this is the home of it right here,
Mhm.
and I agree.
All right. Anybody else have anything on that?
Just a budget.
Good.
When I was looking at this, I think I heard you say that you've been budgeting for this for years.
Because we haven't had anybody that we built for a number of years.
When we're looking at this in 2020 and 21, there's no monies there. So that's why I was just asking, if you're budgeting 120 all the time.
That's spent, the no money
That's
is in
gone.
there, no, that we didn't actually have any spending
Those are actual.
expenditures, those are
categories,
actual.
Those are actual, if you look at the column,
Okay, okay.
they're actuals, we didn't spend.
So last year, we did
Spend.
spend it, so we're just carrying that over this year.
Right, so what the county exec asked us to do is, if we have categories where we haven't been spending any money in it, but we think that it could happen, just like this one happened out of the blue, that we should not budget zero in those categories that we haven't had expense. We should budget at least 3 months worth of expense in that line. So when Nat was doing these budgets, she's keeping at least 3 months worth of expense in that line. And so that's why, if this person didn't come up and we didn't have anybody all year, we'd not spend it again. But right now, we're looking at, if this person goes in, let's say at the half year mark, we're going to spend what's in there right now, which is 120, then we're gonna be going back on transfer to add the money in for just this year to fix that. And then next year, if they're in, say in July, and we anticipate they'll stay till next June, then we need to put enough money in the budget theoretically, and that's what Supervisor Nichols is talking about, is should we not put enough money in the budget to put sufficient dollars in there, anticipating that that person might stay for 6 months in 2024.
So your feeling is. Your feeling that he will have to go there for a year? We're not sure, nobody knows, it's just.
We don't know at this
Yes.
point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, because I would guess that we should have, if you guys want to allocate additional funds, we allocate enough for him to be there through the end of June, yes. If that's what. I don't know exactly.
That makes sense, I mean, putting in what here, because pretty much every other line that we have in here, we could say, well, something might come up or something about it added, and we could be adding all day long. I mean, I understand what you're saying about it, but we're not sure this is gonna happen. So unless you want to pile the money up, wait, which I think what you're doing is okay. Not adding a whole bunch more, because that just start moving. Because then what else, what about something else, or something that you had, or something that you have, that might come up too, which we put money in, you can't, right? You can't. Okay.
Carol?
What are people's thoughts on making sure that we have at least 6 months covered in that account for the time being?
So we'll get to that. Carol?
I gotta be careful what I'm gonna say. I can't understand why people can't start understanding county budgets, county finances. We just keep repeating ourselves. Some people just can't learn. Now I get to my point. The county executive, he has to look at the whole county. Right now, we're just looking at human services department. So he's looking at it from a different angle. And unless we're being misled, he's saying that he has to stick as much as he can initially to a zero increase. So it's like, okay, you're in a ball game, 3 strikes, you're out. What are we trying to, what is 1 or 2 people in this room trying to do? Or they're not necessarily in this room. They want to change the rules, and no, I'm not out until I get the 4th strike. So we got, my way of thinking that to support the county executive when he's looking at the full county, just not human service. Where do you think we'd be if he just looked at the sheriff's department and said, I'm gonna do the sheriff everything he wants? No. Now I get back. We got 2 options here as far as I'm concerned. Put an increase in the budget, but have a decrease. That's one option. The other option is, to the best of our ability, stay to a 0 increase, and like Bill said, have a list here. We would like to, Mr. County Executive, we'd like to have you consider these other options. He's asking us to stay at a 0 for a reason, I assume. And then again, everybody still got the supervisors doing that. They have a right on the budget hearing. They can throw that money in there and double the money. They have the right to do that. But let's stop playing games. This is the rule. That's what they want us to do. They want us to do it for a reason. And sometimes, well, some of us should start. Some supervisors, I'm going to say it, should be mature enough to know that when they're elected to the county board, they're elected to represent Winnebago County, not an individual department in particular. Now, I'm not going to talk anymore because I'll just get upset.
So any other discussion on this issue? I think what Becky was asking is people interested in looking at increasing for at least 6 months? And then do we want to, like, Carol says, do we want to put it on a separate list and present it to the county exec that says, you know, this is something that's unforeseen? I mean, for us, and we'll probably, we need to add at least another $90,000 to $100,000 to that account. You guys, what do you want to do?
Yeah, one other point I like.
Yeah.
You know, by putting it on a separate sheet of paper, showing our concern, we're giving the county executive respect.
Right.
We're showing, hey, look, we're trying to work with you. We're not trying to push anything at you. Please consider this request. There's nothing unreasonable about that.
I'll agree with Harold. I think that's the way to do it. And to say this is likely gonna happen, and these are some likely costs, and we are now already in this budget, there's $100 grand covered, possibility for anything else, is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. That, and then so, I would think that's enough to say that this is a possibility, and
Yeah, there's 120 in there right now, and it'll probably be 6 months, right around 200,000, you know, for 6 months.
so we've got him covered basically for the 100,000, so.
A little over 3 months, so maybe closer to between 3 and 4
And
months.
then next year, another 30, so if he goes in tomorrow.
Right.
Then we'll have 6 months covered, basically, so.
215 total for 6 months. 215,000.
I'd say we add it as a side note.
Your discussion?
I think you should leave it the way it is, and I'm sure there's gonna be a piece of paper with a whole bunch of problems, because this is just first time.
Right.
I mean, I would, your van would be another one, you know, that would be,
Right.
and I think doing it that way, and you're staying within the budget, like you said. I think you're doing that, because I'm sure there's gonna be more of these too. There's gonna be a lot more things, but again, let them know, because I wasn't here when he told you guys that whatever came up, so you're gonna take him at his word. And here's an example, right? I mean, right?
I think I need to
We
look at that too.
so we don't know.
I asked that question of him. And he said that.
Donna?
I just have a problem with anybody who would speak for the total county board. And he said, if you need money, you come to me and the county board. That's taking away all of your votes. That's saying he's telling that we will give, the county board is going to give you that money.
Yeah.
What gives him the authority?
Well, he actually said any department. If any department
Yes, of course.
came short, they should be able to come to the county board, ask for that extra money, and the county board should automatically.
That is
Give them
taking
that.
away the
I know.
vote of the county
Yep.
board. So I oppose that.
Chris,
Supervisor Nichols had another point she wanted to make, another
Oh.
topic.
go ahead.
And make
Nicole,
sure
you need anything else?
she can get that in. before she-
Well, I would just add, it's when the county executive says that, it also takes away the votes of this board and negates their statutory responsibility, in my view.
So where's your view on the discussion we had of leaving it, the budget where it is, but putting that separate list aside and say to the county exec, we need to add this to the budget somewhere.
If that's where the board lands today, then I will support that before now. And I want to be very clear, I very much do appreciate the work that Dr. Topol and all of the staff have done in fulfilling the request of the county executive on a 0% budget. At the same time, I see a need here that needs to be accounted for. And I'm sure that as the next few months go on, that that will be better flushed out.
All right, thank you. So now, what's your second point? You got another issue.
I was hoping to learn a little bit more about the condition of the fleet and what past practice has been in replacing vehicles.
Well, we're happy you asked. We have a list, actually, Jen has the list of each of the cars. Each of them are 1 year older. It's a list of 10 or 11. Yeah. Oh, this should be good. So we have, what's the number? 11, 12, 13. 13. So we have 13 vehicles. They age and they range in age from 2012, which was 10 years ago. It's a Dodge Caravan. The 2012 is a Dodge Caravan. It has 105, almost 106,000 miles on it. And it was acquired in June of 12. The next oldest one is 2013. Dodge Caravan, 105,942. And another 2013, we must have purchased two in 2013. That one has 114,925. So we have three vehicles, 9-10 years of age, which have over 100,000 miles on them. And then they get newer and newer, fewer miles. Our last purchased vehicle was actually 2021. Our last purchased vehicle was in the 2021 budget. It was a Chrysler Voyager, and it has 7,000 miles on it. So, so I guess there's 13 vehicles. We used to have 10. Why I keep saying 10 is we used to have 10 when I was starting to track this, and I said I'd like to see us be able to replace, go 10 years out and then replace the oldest one, and then that would keep up on the maintenance. So we've got actually 3 cars over 100,000. Last, the 2014 has, oh my God, the 2014, two 2014s have 118,000, and the other one has 124,000.
Right.
And those
now
are
we
both
have
Dodge.
vehicles for both shelter care and the crisis center.
So we have 5 vehicles that are over 100,000 miles. I don't know, that's, what's the state of repair? They can break down at any time. We've had some transmission issues that we had to pay. Our department pays for those directly. So those, even though they're coordinated by highway, whatever the repair bill is comes back to us. So we pay all the repairs on the vehicles in our budget. So, yeah, we got an aging fleet. Anything else, Becky, you want to know?
Is there any plan, Becky?
I just wanted to learn more about that. I'll wait to hear what others have to say.
It's interesting because for 17 years I was a transportation coordinator at Winnebago Mental Health. And it was strange that the rule for the state of Wisconsin was you couldn't trade a vehicle in until it had 140,000 miles on it. Yep, that was the rule. 140,000 miles, and then it was eligible to be traded in. It's just weird. I thought it was a lot of mileage.
Do you have a procedure of oil filters or services?
Yes,
done every 6 months, 8 months, 10 months?
The highway department has in the past done routine maintenance, so they did the oil changes, and then they would look and have it inspected each time to see if there was something like, do we need the brakes replaced? Do we need how's the muffler looking? What about the tires? But they're now saying that they don't want to do our routine maintenance. So I think we're trying to establish a relationship now with some local places that will do that for us. So we'll have to rely on them to tell us if they see something that's going to be replaced.
And that will cost more.
Yeah, you might, yeah.
I just know.
Go ahead.
What does the county do with vehicles that are replaced once they're removed from the fleet?
They typically put them on a county auction with a pool of all other county vehicles that are old. So we don't keep them. They're not our department cars.
Or
So
they pass them down to another department too sometimes.
sometimes if there's a good car in another department, it might end up going to another department who wants it. But that's for us. We pretty much need minivans, and the rest of the county doesn't really have hand-me-down minivans available, so we pretty much just get a new replacement. And I personally thought, replacing one a year was a good idea. We did that for several years in a row, and it's just been something, in the last year and this year, trying to avoid new vehicle costs, I guess.
Run depreciation next year. Depreciate for X number of years.
There's probably a financial depreciation.
So you do it usually like you figure, I'll find it, I'll do it for 10 years, the other 10 years, it's zero. But
The county finance.
kind of. The last thing is there any of these that are serious or something wrong or you can't
And
ever
if like anybody's been like complaining that one of them is like,
No air conditioning or something.
Oh, yeah.
Lately, I think we just had some brake work done.
so pretty rich, now you're okay with these.
yeah, I think if we would hear that any of the vehicles were unsafe to drive and my staff wouldn't want to drive them, we would hear pretty quickly that they felt that. And I'll tell you that when we started this 10-year replacement system, that year we had a vehicle that staff said they would not drive because it was rattling and things were shaking as they were driving, and they just refused to drive in it. And I agreed with them. So we replaced that one. But the only time that we can ever replace a vehicle, typically, unless it's destroyed in an accident, the only time we get to potentially put in for a vehicle is budget.
Anything else, Becky, on that subject, on the fleet?
Nothing from me, thank you.
You got anything else you want to bring up?
I'll just say that I understand it's the county executive's request for every department to come in for a 0% budget. And for those of you who are not on the county board just approved a new position that will sit in the county executive's office at a cost of $177,000 annually. So it's hard for me to justify submitting a budget that just is not 100% reflective of our costs when we know that this new position has to be accounted for, and we don't know how that's going to be done. So this board has a statutory responsibility to submit a budget that's reflective of the costs. And I would encourage all of us to think about that and make sure that we do that before sending this budget on to the county executive.
Okay, thank you. So, what's your pleasure on the budget? Do we want to submit the proposed budget and add on the extras that that concern us for the county exec?
I make that motion.
So what two items?
Yeah, what do we want to
What
say?
two items do we want? We want an increase, at least 6 months funding for Lincoln Hills.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I would like to, this has been very long. Can we please take a break
oh, sure. Oh,
and
yeah.
come back to this
Oh, yeah.
after we?
Or we can get a lunch and then come back and
Yeah,
eat.
let's do that,
Do
please.
that.
I appreciate it.
Sound fine with me, thank you. All right, so we'll grab something to eat and then we can come back and finish.
So we have
on that list of add backs if possible, that we should be aware of?
Not at this time.
What about those quarterly meetings with the other of the Fox Valley? Is that in budget someplace?
We don't need a budget.
No,
we can just do it.
We can just do it, okay.
Harold,
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Ralph brought up a good point. So I guess what I gotta do is change the wording of my proposal.
Your motion.
Or my motion.
all right,
So I wanna make it more clear.
okay,
My motion would be that we would accept the present budget as presented with a, how do we're gonna call it, a wish list. And then that's,
How about a request to consider?
request to consider.
yeah, right.
Okay,
Request to consider, because what I want to get clarified, is I'm agreeing to have a list,
Right.
but I don't necessarily agree with what's all on the list. We can
Okay.
discuss that. So does everybody understand that?
Yep.
Okay, I wanted to make that clear.
So with a consideration list,
Yeah.
two of the things being increase money for Lincoln Hills and put money in for a new vehicle.
But I'm saying,
Replacement.
I'm only suggesting two things, the present budget and a list.
Okay.
Now, we can talk about the list and add and subtract what we want on the list.
Oh,
Is that clear?
Okay, you still want to second that one, Ralph? You still want to second? Okay, then I'll second it.
Conversation.
okay, so your motion was to accept the budget as is. And have a consideration list.
Right. Now we can talk
Nothing
about
out.
what we want to put on the list.
Well, okay,
We can talk now, right?
yep,
I would go with accepting it the way it is. I don't want to put that list on the side. We know what they are already. But now I feel that if anyone in any department that did this budget, probably, even though they didn't say there was something they wanted to keep, we picked. Or now, if someone else missed out on an opportunity, maybe they would like to make a comment that this thing we should put back on, or this thing. I don't think we should put that list on. We already know what they are, and there's gonna be more meetings, and we'll take those two in consideration. To set them a list, then what about anybody else? That's the only reason I did. What about anybody else that has something they wanted to go, they didn't say it, now you already made a list. They didn't, now if you went back, and you probably wanted, but if you went back to all those departments, say, is there something on your list? They could add something. We're not including them. We already picked two because we thought there was, what about anybody else that can't consider? Or if you want something that's on that list, that you thought we should add this to this list. I don't think we should do the list. I think we should just accept it the way it is. You guys put a lot of work in that. A lot more than we did because we just looked at figures. We get, we get presentation, but I think the way it is, it's fine. If this is gonna be 2 or 3 more meetings before this is over. But that's my opinion.
I understand, but here's the snafu with your motion. So the motion is saying, we're just gonna accept the budget as is. We give over that, accept it, but when Bill and I go to them, we're not gonna talk about the separate list because that's not part of that, we didn't pass that here. We just passed to say the budget as is, not to add anything to it.
Okay, so you're saying when you have a meeting with the executive, you, me, and you can not say anything?
Well, but that's not what we're presenting to him. We're just presenting this budget as written. That's it.
I thought you said I thought the motions were gonna accept this.
No, Ralph, I'm saying Ralph is saying not to add that list, just to say we accept this budget as proposed. That's it. Then you want it.
Is that a separate motion?
No, we're just discussing the
We're
first.
discussing it.
Okay, thank you.
So if you agree with the motion, you would have the separate list and vote in favor. If you vote no, it could be because you don't want the separate list. That's how I understand. what's going on.
Yeah.
And if we do not have a separate list, who pays for that kid to go to Copper, Lincoln Hills?
We just have to, we'll probably just have to, if we run short, we'll just have to go back.
We'll pay it and then we'll go back and request.
Back to the transfer fund.
I don't like Lincoln Hills and the kid's gonna get sent there. We've got to take care of it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pay for it no matter what.
All right.
Even if we don't have the money, we're still gonna have to pay for
I'm
it.
still going along with Harold's, the budget as presented and the list of things to consider.
Yes.
The requested consider.
Chris,
I just need a refresher, because I haven't done this for a while. If, when you move money from a line item, there's four cost centers, four. If you move, so there's travel and labor, operating, and capital. Can you move money within operating from one line to another without county board approval? Or do you have to go? So if this young man goes to Lincoln and Annette would find out she has extra money in line 47, she can move it to line 59 without having to go to county board for approval. It's only if she goes over the total amount of money in operating, would you have to go back to the county board.
And actually, it's broader than that. It's by department, not by division.
It's by, okay, so she could go to behavioral health, or she could go to another. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the track record has been, there's been extra dollars. So would probably be enough to cover it within the budget. Right, is that right?
Yes, I would say.
And I don't want to short anybody, but don't want to make an issue of something that probably can be covered because of how the budget works. Is that right? Okay. Thank you. I didn't know if they changed the rules in the department head or not, but
so I guess the motion out there is still to accept the budget as is with a separate list of. Do you understand that?
We're voting on Harold's
Harold,
motion.
with a separate list of
List and then-
requests.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, have we got it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
You guys have it?
I have it.
Do we need to,
She can't go.
sorry,
So it was,
So who are the AEs?
Aye.
Who are the ayes? Who are the noes? So it's
It was 4-2.
5-2.
Oh,
I
fine.
count.
Oh, yeah, you, Larry.
5-2.
We
So that-
forgot about
So that
you.
motion passed, so we pass the budget. And send it on to the county exec.
No, because I think was that motion just to have a list, not what was.
yeah,
on
did you
the
want to
list.
identify what's on the list?
Okay, well, okay.
I mean,
We can discuss it. Do we want to identify the list? I mean, that'd be a separate, not a motion.
I thought you kind of did, the 4 to 2 items. that you-
well, he didn't, in his motion,
He just said a
with the
list.
He didn't
Oh,
identify,
okay.
these two things are on the list, or this one thing is on the list.
Carol,
What I would like, let's go back to the automobile that you're putting on there. Okay. I would agree. I have no qualms of getting a new vehicle as long as we're replacing.
Yes.
I don't want to have another, I don't want to go to 14.
Right.
Okay, so that's clear.
Okay.
All right. So I agree.
So what is your motion? Are you motioning for?
Yeah, what it says, I moved to approve the list. I have.
you want the list?
Well, so I think if everybody agrees that the list contains two things.
Something.
One would be to replace a vehicle, not to keep one, but to replace one. And they're all the same, they're all basically whatever we can get from the state bid list. So there's no, we don't, we basically go to a state bid list, we get what they give us. And we have to put in whatever they tell us for the car. Usually it's somewhere in 24, 25,000 range. And the other list item is to put more money into that particular line, whatever the number was, to equal 6 months worth of expense that we could have. Right?
That we want?
But still,
And when we get a car, when we get a replacement car from the state, they're selling us, we're getting new cars, we're not getting used, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
I still don't feel good about this, only because now you're adding two things. Nobody else had an opportunity to add anything
We asked
else.
the department.
Right.
You asked the department, is there something in the
Yeah, we
budget?
did ask.
that they-
Okay,
that they
that's what I
want?
said now, but,
Right.
okay, all right, and you said now we're gonna have a meeting, we can't do anything else, can't add anything, can't talk about anything else. So if we're gonna have a meeting with the executive, and all we have is what's out here, and I'm gonna suggest these two, if something comes up and I find out there's something else we should fight for, I can't see it.
well,
So that, I don't like.
so,
that.
so when we go to the meetings, I'll just explain to everybody. When we go to the meeting with the county exec is having a discussion.
And who's the we, who goes?
This is Bill and I and probably Ralph, and then we have Renee and Janet, and we have finance and the county exec. And then,
So it's not a meeting where you have to take, it's not a meeting you take.
we're not negotiating.
It's not a public meeting, it's a negotiation. County exec is gonna be there, the county finance director, county human resource teacher are in on that meeting. And so they basically, we tell them what happened at the meeting, and they tell us what they need. And typically, in years past, it wasn't just enough to just accept the budget that we.
Sometimes he asks us more.
Most of the time, he requests that we do more than that. And of course, his request to me is, because I am his employee, that I am required to comply with that. So basically, when he says, I need 20 grand more, or I need, this or that, that's what.
When he says he needs 20 grand more, taken off or put on? What do you mean he needs 20 grand more?
He'll say, basically, if he says, I need 20 grand more, I need 50 grand more, in one year, under a different county exec, he needed another $500,000. So, I mean, there's.
He needs another $500,000.
From our budget.
To cut
From this
from-
budget.
to cut
Right.
from this
All
budget.
right.
So I'm not saying that our current county executive has ever said no, but I think that it's a discussion, and we will say, this is what you all recommended that we put into the budget. If he agrees to it, more than likely he'll say to us, find some place to take it out. And
That's the second thing, so now we gotta take it out somewhere. Let's gonna decide that, now that we decided to put that in, you two are gonna decide which one we're gonna take off.
I'm not.
This group?
no, so it's,
Okay.
at that point, it's an executive department decision. It's not a county board decision. It's not your decision as a committee. It's basically, he's telling us, here's what he wants, because it's his budget. At that point, he's putting together his budget proposal to the county board. Right? So really, the effect of your power today is to basically give him what it is that you really want to see happen in the budget. And he can consider that and do everything you want, or conversely, he could do none. So that's kind of where it's at, but he at least has a forecast of what you want as a board. And I would say 90+% of the time, it's gonna stay pretty close to what it is.
And I'm just concerned, I get, like,
I mean,
you go 200 and something in there, you go 24, someone's gonna get affected by 250,000 that weren't here, and now we're gonna go back and take it from somebody. And they might have something that they really wanted to didn't say, and that's what I'm saying, we closed the door. But we can make a list, you've already.
But you could, so to answer your question, if you wanted something else by August, if something else came up that you all were concerned about, we would bring it up at the county exec. We're not disbarred from bringing it up. We got enough.
So that proves my point, what you said.
Okay.
Because if anything comes up between August now, we can bring it up, we could bring these two up, one up on that list too.
Yeah.
So we didn't really have,
No,
that's what I was saying,
Yeah.
that's why it gives everybody opportunity, not like it's two and then we're done, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Is that you're giving two, nobody has any opportunity to
Cause like,
close the door.
yeah, cause like Bill said, I
That's
mean,
what I was
yeah.
worried about, I didn't want that.
cause like Bill said, we might meet with them and county exec might say, Bill, well, we need to come up with another 20, 30,000 and Bill's his employee, so Bill's gonna say, yeah, I'm not his employee, I'm gonna say no.
Okay,
I'm
I
gonna
was
say
just
no.
worried we
The-
were
the-
stuck on
the-
two
the-
and
like,
nobody else has a
Human
voice.
Service Board says no, like, we don't want it.
Sorry. Sorry, just I
No,
was trying
right,
to make sure.
because if
I
I
just
were to
worried.
say something, I would put more in travel, professional development, that whole area, because it's been cut a lot. But
And each one of us might,
Yeah,
we
we
just
might
saw
do
this
that.
book and we had it for a week, but we didn't understand till we went to this.
Yeah.
Now we can leave there and say, man, I don't understand why they did that. And I thought, well, it's over. You can't, these are only two things we consider. Otherwise, you said that they're on that list, then you can't.
Well, but this is the budget that
Okay,
we're gonna.
okay, I just want to have people have the opportunity.
Donna.
As we've been going through budgets year after year after year, I'm aware, because I've been around a long time, that the county has many silos of money. Now, we have the general fund, and we have our budget and so on and so on. So we sit here every year and we talk as if we haven't got a penny to our name. When the truth be known, we're a wealthy county because we have the silos. Those monies are invested. So I think I'm a little perturbed that every year it's a crisis. We have a crisis. I'm sick of the crisis because we have no crisis. And it's perpetrated every year. So as we are putting out our budget, which we think we're going to need that money, and we know that if that young person goes to Lincoln Hills, we're paying for it. You know, we're
Yeah,
paying.
come up with somewhere, yeah.
Well, yeah, so it's a new issue to put a list on that says we can let them know that there may be more money coming. But who cares? Because we're gonna pay it. If it goes, we pay. So we're sitting here and we're fussing over something that isn't even relevant. Right.
All right, anything else before we adjourn?
Did we vote on those two things?
Do we have a vote on the list?
there wasn't a motion.
Vote the list.
There wasn't a motion, there was a motion, but just said, this was a list.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does it matter which is number one and which is number two? It's just a list you need to prioritize, like, or just, as you stated, it's replace the vehicle. Number two is add,
Yeah, I
6
mean,
months
no,
expense.
it's not like there's no priority.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't think there was.
It was not a motion.
No.
Okay, I move that on that list, we add the money to Lincoln Hills to cover the cost of that young man being sent there for 6 months and a replacement vehicle.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Go ahead.
Yes, in that order, because that kid's gotta go someplace, and if we have to ride a bicycle, I guess we're gonna ride a bicycle instead of a car, but yeah, in that order, the kid first and the vehicle second.
And I would vote no to that motion because I think the original motion, which said there would be a list of recommendations, can cover it and whatever else is needed. We don't need.
The itemized
If
things
we
on
get
that
tied
list.
to a list, there's not the flexibility that we want Bill to have when it's done at the county. I mean, I agree with the things you're talking about, but limiting it to that doesn't seem necessary.
I made the motion because I thought people said we have to have something in a motion that lists what's on the list. If you don't need to list what's on the list, then I can withdraw my motion. I was only going with what I thought I heard you say.
It's up to you, whatever you wanna do.
We need to list what's on the list. So do we or don't we?
If you don't clarify it, I will still tell them that what you meant by the list is the two items.
Yeah, I truly don't think we're gonna have to.
I don't think he's gonna, like, okay, you didn't specify what's on the list. I can tell you
I
what
mean,
you said.
yeah, I mean, we know what the intent
If you think it's good enough, it's good enough.
board was. We know what it was.
I don't think it matters.
You wanna go through, you wanna withdraw?
It's gonna get presented either way. I'm gonna go ahead and go with it. And if it fails, it's still gonna go ahead anyway. So then that way you have at least a paper trail saying, well, they voted. for it.
Oh, okay, all those in favor of carrying the motion?
I don't have a second.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Yes, they are.
Okay.
If they-
So, I wouldn't know. No,
So we have one, three,
yeah, I wouldn't know. So 1, 2, 3,
and Harold voted no.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You seconded it, and then you voted no?
I voted yes.
Oh, okay.
It's just
All
you.
right, so who voted?
Harold, what do you
Five,
vote?
two.
Yes or no, Harold? No, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 to 2.
All right.
Okay.
5, no, 2, yes.
And we'll still let them know what you
Yeah,
said.
we know, yeah, we know what the intent of this committee was. All we want.
Hey, I want to say thank you.
And thank you for the orientation. to start with.
Yes.
And,
All right, I say motion adjourned then.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, thank you.
And Bill, what's the status of drinking fountains at both buildings?
They're all working.
All right. I want my people to go thirsty.
They're all working.
Oh.
I checked them.